All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. We are, today is Wednesday, and we are reconvening to go through the capital and operating budgets for 2024. Yesterday, when we recessed the meeting, we were going through 12.3, which is where we're going to continue this morning. So I'll hand it over to you, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to follow, we had 4 follow-ups from yesterday's discussion, so I'd like to circle back on those issues, if we could do that first, and then we would resume on the 2024 tax-supported capital budget, the new asks, which we can find at page 103 of the binder.
Page 103?
Page 103. But before we go there, I would ask that a few staff come up. Dave McPherson is going to speak to the questions asked by Councillor Nyman about Main Street Phase 2 as it relates to painting and parking.
Okay. Dave, welcome back.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the council, there was a question on parking on the phase 2 project. We did confirm with the project manager that maximum parking spots between Johnson and Spencer Street have been put in, taking into account sight lines coming out of. Is that better? Okay. Taking into sight lines coming out of intersections. So if you were on the road today, you'll see yellow triangles that are there for the sight lines.
Okay. Follow-up question from Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for that. It wasn't the question about the parking. It was a question about the painting of the lines. We're wasting money putting that paint on there. Not many cars parked there, is what I'm trying to say. But also what I said was, in big events such as the fair, people park on both sides. Didn't need no identified parking spots because there was enough room that people just parked there. So it's not about what kind of parking is there. It's, do we need the lines, which I don't think we do, in my opinion, and because not many people park there unless it's big events. The odd person visiting at somebody's house may park there, but to me, we're wasting money putting all this paint where it don't need to be. That's the point I was trying to make.
So it's, just to be clear, it's the cost of the paint. Dave?
Through the mayor to the Councillor Nyman. The parking spots could be identified with the lines, and the intermediate lines and the parking for the parking stalls in the future could be eliminated. So that would allow for more flexibility.
Okay, follow up.
So how do we do that? You don't need a motion to say, or what happens, I guess, is how do we get that done?
As staff, I think we can take that as direction.
Take it as direction. Council panel?
Yeah, just a further question on the painting. I happened to take a trip down Wilson Road this morning, and once again, I can remember when it was rural road. I don't believe we got any highway better shape. It's painted along the sides of that road, and once again, it's a rural road. If we start painting, so
Okay.
is there any way we can take a look at that?
I think, will that be part of operating further on in the agenda? When this
The question by the councillor was to do with painting.
On
I
Main
am
Street.
asking
On
a
Main
question
Street.
on painting.
Are we, Madam CAO?
Through the chair to the council, I think that what you're asking for is a service standard change as it relates to painting. And while the example was an engineering department project, we paint a lot of things everywhere. So, and it's an operational annual thing as well. So I think you're asking us to revisit our our standards around painting to take a more minimalist approach, and perhaps we could ask for a motion to that effect, and then we can bring back a discussion about what exactly that would mean and what kind of change in service or expectations. I don't want to take that as direction without a motion.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if we're gonna be, it would be appropriate to bring this forward when we go through the operating budget, or is it preferable to do it now?
Well, we're not going to be able to quantify until we're a lot clearer about what a minimum, but I think we get the point, like less paint is better. And in a rural community, that doesn't, that's not surprising. So but we need to double check against other requirements and what the minimum needs to be. And so I think it's a bigger conversation that we could bring back to a future committee of the whole, but perhaps we could ask for a motion asking, it won't have a substantive or even minor change to this year's budget, but it could be direction through motion for us to change operational practices going forward.
Okay, so the motion now? Okay, who wants to bring it forward? Councillor Nyman, seconded by probably Councillor Pennell.
So I'm not sure what motion you're looking for.
Motion to change service standards concerning paint.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nyman, it would be something like that council direct applicable staff to re-examine road painting standards and return to committee of the whole.
Yeah, so that would be for the whole county then, like the parking spots and everything, right? Okay, yeah, I'm good with that.
Entire.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay, everybody okay? All right, all those in favor? Carries.
Thank you.
MCAO.
Through the chair, the next item, I'm not sure who raised it, but Adam Goheen is going to speak to the issue, or perhaps it's Tanya, I'm not sure, but speaking to the age of the trucks. We talked about large trucks that were ordered in 22 and 23 that will be delivered in 24, and it was Councillor Pennell who asked what year the actual truck is going to be and
Right.
how that works. So turn it over to you.
Director?
Thank you, Mayor Ferguson. So we are still waiting to hear from our supplier on the most recent orders. We do have some that are pending delivery, and we're just waiting to hear from them to find out what year. But the point certainly was taken that, and the intent has always been for the age component of the policy to be in service age. So certainly we've taken that away, and we can codify that in the policy. And we brought that forward to you last month, actually, for discussion, the fleet policy. So the basis of any future recommendations with respect to fleet would be based on the in-service age. But we will get the information on the trucks. I'm interested to know as well, with the 18-month lead time, whether we're current model year or what. So we'll get that to you this week yet.
I'd like to thank you, as I was the one that brought it up, and that answers my question. Thanks.
Thank you.
MCAO.
The third one, Dave McPherson is going to speak to the issue raised by Councillor Maynard around the Consacon sidewalk project.
Okay. Hey, Dave?
Through the mayor to council, the question was in regards to a catch basin in Consacon nearing the capital project that was completed this year. The catch basin wasn't part of the capital project and was being looked after by the operations department.
And is that, sorry, just a quick follow-up, and this is
Go
such
ahead.
a minor issue as to almost not to deserve the airtime, but, so it is scheduled to be completed at some point in the near future? The plows are not gonna like it.
Through you, Your Worship. So in discussion with Manager Jeff Bryans, it's now on our radar once again. So we'll fix the problem.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and finally, Peter Moyer is going to speak to the question that Councillor Pennell raised around engineers in our organization.
Head count.
Morning.
Morning.
Through the mayor to Councillor Pennell, I know we spoke offline yesterday, but for the record, the credentials of the engineering staff we have right now, we have 2 professional engineers. We have 2 graduate engineers who are working their way towards professional engineering. And then we have 4 certified engineering technologists. So that's in our department. There's other departments that have technologists as well. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Peter.
That concludes the follow-ups, and so we would then move to the 2024 new projects in the capital tax-supported capital budget, page 103 of the binder, and I'll turn the direction back to our director, Amanda Carter.
Director? Just if I could ask a question, so we're on page 103, and these are proposed projects, is the title?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and all of council. Yes, Mr. Mayor, it is the brand new capital, the new projects that are being requested for 2024.
Okay, so in the other agenda, that's new investments, same thing, right?
Correct.
Okay, just for clarification of anybody watching this at home. Okay.
So the first asset category we're going to start off with this morning is land and land improvements. The first project being the fire training ground facility. Maybe we could move to Sophiasburg waste transfer site improvements, and then we'll go back. So that would be on page.
That is,
Page 106 of the agenda packages.
yeah, 106. Okay. Morning, Albert.
Good morning through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Just apologies there. The photo you see there is not Sophiasburg, that's Picton. Our apologies. So this project is centering around a level of service discussion at Sophiasburg. Currently speaking, we have to turn away some members of the public later in the day at that site several times throughout the year. I think it's approximately 14 times in 2023 so far. So what's happening there is we only have 3 bins present, and the bins get full and we have nowhere to take the material. We have to send them to other sites. The proposal in front of you here, which is proposed to be funded through the Waste Contingency Reserve, is to create another section for an additional bin so that we have more capacity to service the public in that area, and also to be future ready in the event of population increase.
Okay.
Sorry, just to add to that some more, we also intend to add some safety features to the site. Currently there's no rail preventing folks from going into those bins, and some of them are flush at grade. So the idea is to install some safety equipment there to make it safer.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions? Councillor Pennell?
The actual bins, does the county purchase them or just lease them? Or are they supplied and the person picking it up is getting the waste?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pennell. So the bins are provided by our contractor, and the contractor does all the work. So they provide the bins, replace them, empty them, and we pay them on a per ton basis.
Just a quick follow-up. Are we getting a return? We'll say it's a bin of metal or a bin of aluminum or whatever. Are we, the municipality, getting a return on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pennell, yes, we are. Actually, quite significant return. Metal is collected and disposed of through another contractor, Kimco, currently, and they pay us amounts periodically throughout the year. I believe, if memory serves, it was approximately 39,000 in that realm.
Okay.
So that goes back into,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to offset the program.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much, Albert.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Albert. Councillor Nyman has his hand up. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So Kimco's been doing it, they're taking the scrap for a long time. Do we ever tender it out to see if there's other scrap yards that would be willing to take it? It just seems, I know scrap is up, and it just seems like, you know, are we getting the best value for it? So I'm just wondering, do we tender it out to get different, or have different people come in?
Albert?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nyman. It has not been tendered in some time. Certainly, that's something we can consider to do. Yeah, we could look at doing that this year even, or upcoming year, I should say.
Okay. All right, thanks a lot, Albert.
So we'll go back one page in your binders or the agenda packages, and we'll, page 105, and look at the fire training ground facility.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Chief.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This particular ask has to do with the training ground facility that we're currently developing next to the fire station. Council will have seen we've put a road in around the fire station to accommodate future training grounds, and have started the project this year as per the budget that was approved last year. This year, this coming year, our ask is a little bit unique. Out of the 25,000, I'd like to signify that 15,000 of that is, excuse me, coming from grant money. And this year, we've had a number of donations made to the county to help us develop that training ground. So we'd like to thank Burley Construction for helping us with the road, the Miller Group with the gravel, and then next year in the 15,000 that is being donated in that 25,000, I'd like to thank Vaughn Concrete and Base 31 for donating concrete and a couple of sea cans. So the ask this year is actually for $10,000, and that is so that we can do the engineering work that's required. So when we tie into certain anchor points on buildings, they have to be engineer approved. And we also have to do permits because we are putting structures on our property. So we have to follow the rules just like everybody else. So this is to cover all of the necessary things that have to be done as we accept all of the donations.
All right, thank you. Questions? Councillor Pennell?
yeah, so we're going from 25 to 10,000, so that's 15,000 we can plan on coming back into reserves or whatever?
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Well, Madam Director.
Through the mayor to council, the reason why the project was put on the books at 25,000 is because this is county land, and so donations create or form part of the total cost, which would mean that the funds would not come back into the county in that regard. It's the value of the donations make the total project cost. So there is still a requirement from us of 10,000 to help finance the whole project.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
If I donate $10,000 to the project, I would feel that's $10,000 that I would probably get a receipt for. But the fact is, the county has not spent the $10,000, and yet it's showing in the budget as though we are. I just want a distinction so I understand that part.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pennell, that is correct. And the funds, how can I explain this? So sometimes we get cash up front as a donation and we put it in a bank account. And until they reach a fundraising goal like pickleball, we would not spend that money. In this case, they're donating things like a sea can, or they're donating gravel. And although that value makes up the total of the project cost, that is why it comes on like that. And you're right, if they request an official donation receipt for income tax purposes, they would qualify and be eligible for that.
just one follow-up. I want to get this straight. So if we estimate something at 25,000 to the budget before council, and in the meantime, somebody puts in, we'll say 20,000. The actual cost to the budget should only be 5,000 if it's donated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pennell, it's more of an accounting exercise because at the end of the day, the value of that project, should you have to replace it in 5 years, is actually 25,000, not the 10,000 that the county would put into it.
I won't go any further than that.
Chief, is this facility going to be similar to the one up in Quinte West in Trenton, the fire training facility?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the mayor. It's going to be similar, except for the fact that we will have to really limit what we do for the live fire portion. The live fire will still have to go to Trenton, obviously with the training grounds and the proximity to our retaining pond and the wildlife and stuff like that. We would not be interested in doing that level of activity. It comes with a whole different set of environmental requirements and permits that frankly, we don't want to go there. But what it will do is limit how much time we have to take our equipment and our people out of the county to go to that training center to do that same level of training.
Right, so it can do some of it here and to balance. Okay, got it. Okay. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to throw a big thank you out to Steve Everall, who has been the project leader, and the Picton firefighters and the Firefighters Association for the good work that they've done in being instrumental in the development of this particular training grounds. It is an immense benefit to the county to have this training grounds and to be able to do all this level of training, especially with all the mandatory certification right here in Picton.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McNaughton?
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that there's going to be no or limited impact on, for example, the creek system and the pond. That's great. I just want to understand, does that mean that very little fire suppression material will be used on that site that could potentially impact environmental assessments going forward if the development next door ever gets expanded?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We have to be very cognizant of the environment and what we use, and everything from firefighting foams, it doesn't matter if we're there or anywhere else. All of these considerations are always taken into account as part of our everyday business and risk management practice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chief.
To you, Mr. Mayor, this takes us to Big Island Boat Launch site improvements and page 107 of the agenda packages.
Okay, Adam, anything you want to go over with this?
Sure, Your Worship, and through you. So the project stems from the desire we hear in the community to make some of our boat launches more multifunctional. So this site here, in full disclosure, I see Councillor Roberts isn't present with us, but I wasn't aware where that actually was. I had to search and find that boat launch in Robinson Cove, and let me tell you, it is a really nice spot. And so we've identified this as a good location for a modest investment of a small shade structure similar to what was constructed in London Avenue this year, and some picnic tables. In addition to that, we are recommending that a paddlecraft dock be also installed there to allow for those users to more readily access the water. So this project is about modest improvements to an existing site to allow the public to enjoy a nice calm space on the water.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Harrison, and then Councillor Knight.
Is this the appropriate time to mention other boat launches that could certainly stand a lot of work?
Madam CAO.
Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. So we are, based on the report that we took to council about Parkland and the recommendation that council endorsed to divide up the Parkland money that we need to spend to meet our legislative requirement by ward that it was collected in, that's where these projects are coming from. So if you're thinking of a boat launch in another ward, you may want to bring that up when we're talking about Parkland money from that particular ward. The other place for the conversation around boat launches is as we talk operationally in our budget in terms of that service area, we typically use some tourism management dollars to try to improve those boat launches. So really it's been tourism management and this Parkland Reserve opportunity. So we are following the direction of council that staff recommended to divide up this Parkland money by ward. And so that's why we picked this boat launch in Sophiasburg. But if you're thinking about another boat launch, I think one of those two other opportunities is the right place. If there's, because we have projects sprinkled through this section in this budget for every ward.
Okay.
Can I
Follow up?
follow up? Yes. Mention that, then I'll mention this to the clerk, that in upcoming agendas or whatever, that this, I'd like this put on as an issue in North Marysburg.
Okay. Councilor Maynard?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Adam. This fairly modest sum. Do you have a rough breakdown of what that paddle craft dock is out of the, it says the modest shelter paddlecraft dock. Do you know roughly out of the 45,000 what that is?
Through you, Your Worship, on the paddle dock itself,
Yeah.
about $6,000, maybe a little more these days.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Councilor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Adam. So I'm just wondering, there's already a dock there. Is there really a need for that, the paddle craft dock? I guess that's with the dock already being there.
Through you, Mayor Ferguson, to Councilor Nyman. So these are intended, they're not regular docks per se. They're a special type of unit that allows people who are maybe less comfortable with getting into their kayak or onto their paddleboard. It allows them to place their craft in the dock. It's sort of a U-shaped sort of structure. There's handles on the edges, and so it just helps people who are less confident getting onto their craft from the shore. And so it's not just a dock per se. So we have had good feedback on the ones that we've installed at Wellers Bay and at Glendon and Green. So we were moving forward with that or recommending that here as well.
Okay. Councilor Pennell?
Yeah. Once again, on the paddle dock, I personally would support a different project altogether. If anybody takes a walk to Robin Lake, pardon? Well, they just asked questions on paddle dock, so I thought we'd moved on.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much, Madam CAO.
So I just also, since this is the first one of the Parkland Reserve projects, and there's quite a few in this section, I just want to also say, you'll notice on the slide, but also in the detailed sheets in the binder, that the all of them are flagging groups that we think that need to be consulted. So what we are asking council to agree to is that this is the right site for an improvement. But then we want to consult with the people who will be the users of that site as to exactly what gets done on site. So if you think that this is the wrong place to spend money, then we need that changed in this budget. But or if you think we're missing anybody who needs to influence, but we're not saying we know exactly what should be done. We're trying to give you a flavor of what we think could happen and where we came with the proposed project cost budget. But we do think that we need to do consultation with the users to figure out how to get it right and make sure it'll be what people really value.
Okay. Very clear on that. Councilor Pennell.
Would this be a spot that if we were confident it was, we could agree, we're confident, and it ends it, and we don't have to keep coming back. Like, I find going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth is, to me, ridiculous.
Well, I think the point is the consultation's going to occur with, as indicated on the slide.
Oh, would have been nice to know that.
Well, it's right there on the slide.
Through the mayor to Councillor Pennell, I would agree with you that coming back, so our intention with these projects is unless the conversation here asks us to bring it back, these are within our delegated authority and we will implement without coming back.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Still here.
Your worship, that could
Okay.
mean many things.
Page 108, Roplin Lake.
So this one through you is relatively similar, except for the fact that we need to extend out a dock into the water. So Robin Lake has quite shallow shore lines, and so this will need to be a longer dock than just a small dock with a paddle dock attached to it. But more details will have to be sorted out as we move through the process, again with consultation with Quinte Conservation and the rec committees. But we do feel that's a nice spot for something a little more passive, those passive users to get out onto and enjoy the park from the water side.
Okay. Councillor Maynard?
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. This one I would like to have more conversation with the community if that's what we're needing. But so that's why I ask on the other one about the paddle dock. I do know numerous people that use their paddle boards and their, but they thought that closer to the boat launch was probably the better location, so they don't have to drag their equipment quite so far. And it is fairly shallow there, right? So you just want something to kind of get in. They're still able to go off of that. Like that's where they're launching now. They're just walking out a little ways. So, maybe a pretty rudimentary paddle dock. What we don't want in that lake is more motorized boats and having having that extended dock used for motorized boats. And I was wondering if we had a scaled down paddle craft dock, something that's long been, discussed and asked for in that particular park is some sort of a shade shelter / bandstand down in the park area, because it's used for a lot of pretty significant size events. People rent that park, so that would just be something for consideration. I support putting, because I know that we have to use the Parkland Reserve Fund, and it certainly is our busiest park with some amenities already there. So if we could just continue that conversation with the community, that would be great. But I don't think an extended paddleboard dock is maybe the right solution, but we'll leave that up to further conversation. And is that what you, sorry, Madam CAO, is that the sort of direction that you're looking for?
Through the chair to Councillor Maynard, yes, we don't want to get into the design details of these projects here at budget. Really, we just want to know, is this the right location to spend money on generally the right thing? How it's done and where and the specifics is what, and we can work out. And if you think we're not identifying the right groups or we've missed anyone that should be part of the consultation, then we'd like to know that.
Okay, Councillor Pennell. Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Adam. I'm certain you're familiar with the Roblin Lake Beach area there. Very, very small. You've got a few trees along the line, right close to the boat launch. The next beautiful tree is where the proposal is to put in some sort of boat launch. So once again, you leave a spot of the beach. To my personal thought, it would make far more sense to put in picnic shelter than taking part of the beach, which over the last few years is just continuously. And we may have to agree to disagree, but I feel we got to start looking to the future, not shutting us down on beach area.
Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just trying to understand where it's going. And if I remember correctly, people launch the boats by the water plant right now. So is that where this dock is proposed to go?
Your Worship, through you, certainly as part of the consultation, we can narrow down the location, but when I was out there, I didn't want to impact the boat launch function. So it's used for agricultural purposes, drawing water and these sorts of things. I didn't want to have an incompatible use. So when I looked at the site, I felt that the eastern or northern section, there's some parking down in that area and a little bit of open space for people to prepare their craft, and so felt that that would be the better location for it, at the opposite end of the park than the boat launch.
And this is what will occur with the consultation with the public?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So can I?
Follow up?
Yeah, well, maybe it's another question. So just hearing the comments here, I'm just wondering if we wanted to have further discussion on this, put it in the parking lot, or how's this working?
Considering the cost?
No, concerning this project. But like, are we passing it like right now when we're done these, or how's this working?
Clarify the parkland funding, please. Madam CAO.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Through the Mayor to Councillor Nyman, if you would like the project, this right now at 90,000 is well within a director's authority. If you would like it to be returning to council or committee, then I suggest we pass a motion and we will make sure that it comes back.
Well, I'm going to hear the rest of the questions, and I'll come back to you if a motion is what you're planning on. Okay. Councillor McNaughton?
Thank you. You've got consultations with rec committees and Quinte Conservation listed. Is the accessibility committee something that you've considered, just to ensure that accessibility needs, if there are any, are being viewed, understood, and met?
Your Worship, it is relatively standard practice for us to have a touch point with the relevant committees, and accessibility is one of them that we have reached out to on a number of our parks type projects over the course of the year. So I don't expect that to change.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Pennell?
Yeah, my question is, and this involves the whole county, we now charge people at boat launches to launch kayaks and that. Is there any consideration on the overall how you can start the county promoting free access versus charging for it at every other? Because I've had several calls regarding
Okay. Madam
kayaks.
CAO, can
So,
you clarify the
yeah,
charges
so
for
the,
launches, please?
Launches are not charged, but the parking at launches is charged. That was part of our tourism management plan, and it's in our user fee and charges bylaw that was passed in October. The next opportunity where we typically reopen the bylaw is when we re-examine parking rules in general, which would be in the February presentation to council on the tourism management plan. We expect some staff recommendations around changing some of the parking requirements, and that would also have us change the fees and charges bylaw at that time. So I would suggest that is the right time to have that conversation.
Okay. Councillor Brainy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree, just what the CEO said, but even more so. I think it's been mentioned around here. It's consultations obviously important with the community. Councillor Maynard mentioned. Why don't we just move along, prove this, and let the councillors, community decide with staff what the appropriate avenue is, and then we can get through this.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Councillor Nyman. He was left hanging. Councillor Nyman, anything?
Yeah, I would, and I appreciate all the comments here, but there's one comment that was made. I see the doc, and the comment was, well, we don't want any motorized boats in the lake. So I'm just wondering, by installing the dock, we're basically saying, you know, you're opening it up. So I'm guess to me, $90,000, and we don't know from what I'm hearing is that this is the right place to put things here. If we don't want no more motorized boats in there, putting this dock in there, is that the right thing? So I don't know what the motion needs to be, but just that we discuss this further, whether it's next year's budget or I'm not sure what the
So through the mayor to Councillor Nyman, are you suggesting that the project not move forward, or are you suggesting that it come back to council after public consultation or community consultation?
I may be a little bit confused, I think. So this is under, it could be under delegated authority, right? So whether, is this just for council knowledge, or are we passing it, or like, I'm just trying to figure out.
You are passing, if you approve this project, it will be part of the budget and you're directing staff to implement it. The delegation of authority goes to the details of what we actually implement up to the $90,000. So it becomes, basically you're giving us a budget to do something related to a dock at this location for passive use. If that, so I'm just trying to understand what it is that, I can help you write a motion, but I'm trying to understand what your intention is. If you don't want the project to go forward, then the motion is to, then you should put this in the parking lot. If you want it to go forward, but you would like council to revisit this after community consultation, then that's a motion to do such. And we could do that motion right now.
And that public consultation will involve location, use, et cetera, a bunch of other things.
So is it, if we pass it, but or the $90,000, then it will come back to council, or I gotta have that?
Well, what would you like it to be, and I'll help you write the motion. Do you want it to come back after community consultation?
I think we should, because.
Okay, so then I would suggest the motion
Put that motion forward
be
then.
that staff be directed to return to council on the Roblin Lake Park Paddlecraft Dock project prior to construction and after community consultation.
Right. Okay.
I would move, if I could, Your Worship, I'll move that motion, and I
Okay.
think that's,
Yeah,
so I'm just moving the motion, so, and that's
We haven't
what I
got
had
a
something
second.
written.
Question, Councillor Pennell.
I would prefer to strike it altogether from the budget at this point. Then we can be assured that it'll come back. This is still money that, percentage-wise, that's gotta be spent. So it would go back into reserves when that information, but I would like a stop at this point because there's been no consultation, not with the people themselves, not with the councillors involved. There's 3 councillors in Ameliasburg. And to me, that's disrespectful to not only the community, but the councillors as well.
All right.
So I would like to put a stop and have them come back.
Madam Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff's attempt to put in these projects was to ensure that we're compliant with the impacts from Bill 23 on the Planning Act, which governs the use of parkland. Bill 23 mandated that 60% of your reserve fund balances must be allocated each and every year for disbursement. So I understand that council may not agree with the projects, and that's why we're suggesting on each of these slides that consultation take place. What ideally we're looking for is, you know, that we're allocating those funds and adopting those projects. So not every project has to go forward. We're a little over the 60%. However, if we cut all of the projects that are funded from Parkland, if we keep going and doing that, then we're non-compliant with the act.
Okay. All right, Councillor, no, just, do you have a seconder for your motion?
Yes,
You'll-
so Brad is seconding it.
The one that
Right.
Madam CAO just read. So you'll second the motion?
May I speak to it?
Okay. Yeah, speak to it.
Okay. So, what this motion is asking for is, yes, we're going to park $90,000 from the Parkland Reserve for projects at Roblin Lake, and one of the considerations will be a paddle craft dock. And then we will go through the consultation process with the park users, recreation committee, and we should be able to do that in the spring, right, and still have a window. And I'll just mention that this has no budgetary impacts because it's coming from a Parkland Reserve. And I'll remind others on council that we still have money left from Parkland Reserves that were from amalgamation time that we have been unable to spend because we haven't done anything that's new. We haven't, we've just been replacing things. So there is significant Parkland Reserve funds for Ameliasburg. So all we're asking with this motion, and I'd ask for your support, Councillor Pennell, to just move this forward. We'll do the consultation. We'll find something really nice to do at Roblin Lake for $90,000 after the consultation has occurred.
Okay, question of the motion, Councillor Pennell.
If that goes forward the way it is, I can support that.
Okay.
What my big concern was not having the ability to change. I agree, the 90,000 going into the park is great. I'm just not convinced that is the best spot. So I can fully support that motion.
All that consultation is going to be undertaken. So any other questions about the motion? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that carries. All right, so we're moving on now to page 108, 109, sorry.
This moves us to the Athol South Marysburg School Community Access. This project is also being funded from the Parkland Reserve, and Director Cowan is here to speak to that project.
Morning, Emily.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, you want to walk through this?
So you will hear from me for the next 4 projects. The next 3 are related to the Parkland Reserve and are all along the same vein, where we're going to present you with some early ideas that we have, and in some cases picking up on ideas and projects that our community is already implementing. So in the case of Athol South Marysburg School Community Access, the Athol Rec Committee has been very active in raising money to improve the outside space of Athol South Marysburg School, and the school board is very involved. What we would like to do with $14,000 from the Parkland Reserve is to create an entrance or an entryway to the school grounds that makes it clear that the public is invited to use this space when school is not occurring. Again, it's going to take lots of public consultation to understand what that looks like and how that may operate. But we are basically augmenting a community project that's already taking place. So we'll talk to the school, we'll talk to the rec committee, neighbors, and the school board, and come up with something that makes it clear that that space is free for everyone in Cherry Valley and surrounding area to use when school is not in session.
Okay, all right. Councilor Branderhorst.
Well, I'm super excited about this project. So thank you for bringing this forward. And the one thing I was hoping to add into consultations was maybe that we could work with, I don't know if any members of Public Art or Department of Illumination might be interested in, I would love for them to collaborate with the youth. I know they've done it with Firelight Festival in Athol Ward before, and if they could, I don't know, maybe bring in some expertise with the children, because I think also you said that the kids at Athol School were also going to be brought into this, which I think is great. So just make it as fun as it could be. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor Pennell, then Councilor McNaughton.
If we don't have a concern on it, and I'm just listening, so is that automatically settled? That it doesn't have, we don't have to go back and talk about it? That would be my opinion.
Councilor McNaughton?
I just wanted to say how encouraging it is to see the municipality working so well with our municipal partners to make amenities that are, to make public amenities more, to invigorate them in a more direct and open fashion. Love it.
Okay, thanks, Emily. Oh, Councilor Harrison.
Yes, just a quick question from before. Is this part of that $40,000 that was always being held back in Athol, or does that come through on something else? From the cottages on East Lake or whatever it was project, there was, I remember that was on council when I was last here, and the last I heard, the money had never been spent.
Yeah, Madam Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Harrison, this would be in addition to that.
This would be in addition to that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Question to the Director? Go ahead.
I know that some of that money that's been held, it's, the Athol Rec has been trying to figure out where they think it's the best fit for the community. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Emily. Next. The laneway. And this is the project that occurred in September, no? Okay.
For those following along at home, we're at page 110 of the binder, or the agenda package.
Right.
So this particular project is actually related to pedestrian-only alleyways in Picton. There are 4 of them, and they are all on the north side of Picton Main Street. This is also part of the Parkland Reserve project that we've been discussing for the last couple of projects. Again, lots and lots of consultation with Picton BIA, youth groups, Picton Rec Committee, neighbors, businesses, arts council, museums, etc. Want to try and activate those laneways. We want to see them be activated, used. We are also going to look and see which of these locations may work well for a water bottle filling station. For $50,000, we probably couldn't install one, but I think we could probably do the work to find out where or if one might work in or more in one of those spaces. So these 4 alleyways are at the top of the town hill beside the former North American Hotel, the Yellow Heritage Building, beside Lily's Cafe, on the eastern side of the Royal Hotel, and then the one alongside the Naval Marine Archives Building that goes to Benson Park. So that's where they are. And so we're thinking about benches, we're thinking about public art, things like that, but lots of consultation has to happen first before we know exactly what it will look like.
What does a water bottle filling station look like?
It looks very much like the one that's out there.
Oh, okay. All right.
So they are generally recessed. They're not generally anymore like a water fountain used to be, where they're in the middle of a sidewalk or an alleyway, because you have to run water to it, and it has to not freeze and things like that, and you have to clear snow. So it's actually not incredibly straightforward, and it would take a lot of cooperation and collaboration with probably a business owner somewhere along there. So it's just a sort of a pre-investigation will happen while we're looking at activating the alleyway.
Okay. Councillor St. Jean, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Emily. So you stated you listed off all 4 on, I'll call it the north side. There's an additional one, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but also between the CIBC and McDougall Insurance. That is not a vehicle, but whether or not that's a municipal property or not, I don't know. That's something I guess you would have to confirm. You also mentioned the Marine Archives. If I'm not mistaken, there's a legal easement for the property owner there to be able to drive on that. So to call that a pedestrian-only walkway is incorrect, I believe. I remember that discussion from many years ago and his access. And that's probably why improvements have not happened there in many years. So I guess I gotta form this into a question, but could you look into those aspects of it? And also whether or not either side of the Royal Hotel is in, I think there's a little more work to be done there. Will you be doing that?
Through the mayor to Councillor St. Jean. So we have done some preliminary investigative work because in our department we also have our municipal property expert, and we don't own the alleyway on the other side of the Royal, and I don't believe we own the alleyway beside CIBC, but when we do our consultation, we will be doing a thorough walk down Main Street on both sides and making sure that we know who owns what before we go any further, and any easements that may occur. There is definitely access
Challenges?
questions, perhaps, or challenges about some of them. So there's a lot of consultation to do, and that's generally where and we're doing it internally as well, and that's where we're going to find out where we can activate and where we can't.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and I look forward to the very public consultation as it's stated in our agenda, so that we can meet the requirements of Bill 23. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pennell.
Yes, are we creating a 3-season use or 4-season? Because as soon as you get into 4-season, you have extra snow plowing, sidewalk clears, ice salting, and it makes a big difference on a program.
Madam Director?
Through the mayor to Councillor Pennell, that's a great question. Many of those pedestrian alleyways are already cleared and salted, but we would certainly be discussing within our consultation and with our colleagues in other departments about those sorts of ideas and whether or not they'll be 4-season.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that one. Now we're on to Bloomfield Connection. Okay.
Which is the next page in the agenda package, page 111.
So this is the third and final one on my list of Parkland Reserve projects. This is the Bloomfield Active Transportation Connection. So there is a park in Bloomfield, just behind Main Street, that is considered generally underutilized. So there's lots of green space there, there's tennis courts, there's also parking there. So what we're looking at is somehow trying to connect that park and that space with Main Street and the amenities that exist there. There will be definitely a conversation with Quinte Conservation because there is a mill pond there, which is going to certainly make things more interesting in terms of trying to make that connection. And lots of consultation with Bloomfield Rec Committee, BABA, residents, businesses, to understand the best way that we could possibly do this with the funds that we have available.
Okay. So this isn't touching the mill pond itself. I mean, that's Quinte Conservation's responsibility, dredging it and weeding and all that other stuff.
Through the mayor, back to the mayor. We will certainly be having, like, our first conversation will be with Quinte Conservation to understand what we can touch and what we can't touch. And I mean, I don't think that we'll be able to get a pedestrian bridge out of it to go over the pond. So I think we're gonna have to just figure out where the pond fits into the overall plan.
Okay. Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Worship. This is one I had a big circle and a question mark around. So, as a resident of Bloomfield, I really see a lot of challenges here, and not the least of which is the fact that the owner of the mill, longstanding after legal advice from his lawyer, was told, do not let people trespass, because that's what's been happening for the last 15 years or more. That's why he put a gate up. So I'm really questioning how this is going to occur. I really think for me to be able to better understand this and support it, I guess I need some better explanation of what's going to happen. And I know there will be public consultation, but I see this as extremely challenging, and I wonder about the use of that $80,000 if it's going to achieve anything. So I don't know if you can help me to better understand or not.
Okay, Madam Director.
Through the mayor to Councillor St. Jean, you're right. I think it's extremely challenging, and it could end up that we spend a fraction of that amount of money in total on wayfinding signage to direct people how to get there in a way that they're not trespassing on private property, in order to make it very clear that there's a park, there's a place to take your food and eat it, there's a place to play tennis or sit in the grass, whatever people like to do at a park. But I agree with you, it's very challenging, but we really can't get started on investigating what is possible and how until we know that we have a project that we're going to work on. But it may not cost $80,000. It may cost much less than that. We can't say.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Prinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor St. Jean for bringing that up. I know it's been talked about around or the lower town hall board table for signage and at some BABA meetings, and generally I think the idea is it'd be nice to have a more inviting way to get from the Mill Street sidewalk to the playground equipment without going on the property, but how we do that with the hills and the dam and the pond and everything like that. So, you know, I can support this. I don't want to throw water on the fire, but I think, you know, I think you're going to find out a few signs and, you know, a quarter or not even like a tenth of this money might be all we can spend on the project, because or else we're going to be way over. So I can support looking at it because I think it's a great idea to try and get some more use in that park, but I do see the challenges too, and and hearing your comments and stuff like that, I have confidence that you're not going to just blow $80,000 on us. So I'll support it for those reasons.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Emily, for that one, in anticipation of the last one.
This brings us to page 112 of our agenda packages and to the Baker Road Accessibility Project.
Okay.
So with this project, this is based entirely on receiving a grant. We have been waiting for a grant that we applied for over a year ago. We were waiting to hear the results. We've been told that they are still going to deliver news about whether or not we achieved any part of this grant application that we submitted a long time ago, the Natural Infrastructure Fund. So if we get that grant, what we would like to do with $20,000 of it is create an accessible pathway from the end of Baker Road to the dynamic beach, as well as an accessible parking space in the current parking area.
Just, if I may, accessible pathway, meaning what? For wheelchairs and that sort of thing?
So through your worship, so right now, thank you for asking that clarification question, because that wasn't quite enough detail I gave you there. The path right now between the parking lot and the beach is often underwater, often flooded. So this would be actually putting in some culverts and making that pathway more accessible generally for everyone. Depending on the funding that we get, or perhaps as a secondary project, it would be great to have a mobility mat at some point, but that is not involved in this project. All we're looking at is putting in a couple of culverts and some gravel. And
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that clarification, Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. And it would be nice to have a little easier path even for all of us to go down there. But I know that there's some concern because like the way the water flows and sits there, like whether culverting and diverting it. Have you looked at in some areas whether we do a boardwalk instead? Because that water is kind of almost meant to sit there as it meanders through, right? That we try and find a more natural option to get people across those couple of areas, right?
Adam?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Maynard. So I have walked it this summer with former Councillor Margetson, and we were bouncing some of these ideas off of each other. The easiest way to do it is to throw some culverts in and across the seasonal water courses and place gravel over top. But certainly a bridge-type structure, some form of that is also on the docket. But this budget is the culvert and gravel scenario.
Because there's really only two areas, right, where it kind of floods over. So, okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Emily. So does this move us to Wellington Beach?
Page 113 in the agenda package on the Wellington Rotary Beach Plan implementation.
Okay. And Adam, you're here. Any
Just to
comments about
recap,
this?
Your Worship, through you, yesterday when we mentioned the continuing project, the coastal study, that's the beach management plan, the site-specific plan that was recommended through the Quinte Conservation Bay of Quinte and Lake Ontario Shoreline Management Plan. That work is currently underway with a coastal engineer. And so, not to predispose the outcome of that, but with the understanding that there may be some urgency to whatever may come out of that in terms of stabilizing that site and setting us up for the long-term sustainability of Wellington Beach. So this is essentially to earmark potentially some work that will be recommended as part of that study. Now, we would not be undertaking any of that work without coming back to council first and letting you know what the outcome of the study was. Perhaps that would assuage any concerns that we may have about earmarking this money. But again, not to predispose the outcome or what elements may need to be improved or worked on at that site. This is just simply to have that funding available to hit the ground running in year should we have some recommendations out of the study that we can action this year, next year.
Okay. All right, questions? Got a question, Councilor Pennell?
Yes. Does that have anything to do, if we're looking at spending money in the park from the study, is the road conditions into it considered part of that spot?
Yes, Your Worship, through you, I did mention this yesterday in response to your question, but we need certain parameters with respect to how we improve some of those challenges we have already. And so the study that we're doing now that was continuing will help us with some of the elevations, and then we can devise a plan to fix up some of the driveway issues.
Okay, thanks a lot, Adam.
So this chart depicts the projects and the funding sources. If council has any questions on how they're being funded, I'm happy to take them.
So we gave this chart to you after the fact, so it's some of the, but this is just a summary, so this is sort of your last chance to park anything. Otherwise, we've gotten one motion out of this list to bring something back to council on the Roblin Lake project, but otherwise, we'll be moving forward and these will be included in the 2024 budget.
Okay.
And then we move to the next section.
Okay, questions about the funding sources here? Councilor Maynard?
Thank you, Your Worship. The Westville Park Outdoor Rink, Parkland Fund, 80,000. Oh, that's not part of this one. That's not the equipment. That's just,
No.
sorry. It's in the same handout.
Just what we've been going through.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any, so what would you like to see from us? Anything? We're good? Okay.
So this moves us into building and facilities, and the first project there is the long-term care facility with,
Page 114.
yes,
That's where these begin. 115, actually.
sorry, 115. And I'll turn it
Welcome,
over
Kyle.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I come to you today for two items. One is the redevelopment for the existing long-term care home, and the second is a roof replacement. And just thinking this through, there probably will be more conversation regarding the long-term care home redevelopment project than the roof, so I'll start with the roof. Our existing roof is currently sound and it is not leaking. However, it does have some aesthetic issues and does need some repair. We have been, over the course of the last 2 years, doing some patchwork and those types of things. However, as was mentioned recently, we do have some curling shingles, some loss, some granular issues. and some blistering that has presented itself rather unsightly. And to prevent any interior damage from leaks or anything like that, and to maintain the existing structure, we are asking for $135,000 to replace the asphalt component of our roof.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Kyle jumped ahead a little bit, and that's on
Yeah,
page
what-
138 of your agenda
Page
package.
138.
So it's both.
Yeah, just for anybody watching from home, we're at page 138 concerning the roof replacement. We'll go back to page 115 concerning the,
Sorry.
okay, go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, no,
Anything?
yeah, so ultimately, yeah, we're looking for $135,000 to replace the asphalt component of our roof structure. And if there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Councillor Pennell, then Councillor Nyman.
Yeah, I have a couple professional contractors that live in the, and I asked them just take a drive by, and I
Okay, any questions about the,
Yes, I'm questioning the cost of replacement. They're telling me they feel it's much higher than the 135.
So through your worship to Councillor Pennell, we did have a number of companies come by and provide us with quotes on repairing and replacing the existing asphalt shingles, and this is the average cost of the projects.
Good to know, because they were concerned about all the ones that are missing and what's underneath.
Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is just the, all of the around that you can see, right? You know what I mean? It's not we're not talking, there's no shingles on the top. It's just basically, I don't know what you want to call it. It's, yeah, yeah, the skirt, there you go. Around we're talking the whole building, right? Is that what we're talking?
Correct. Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Nyman, yes, this is the sloped asphalt component. We have a flat roof section, which is over the kitchen and mechanical areas, and that roof is sound and solid. It doesn't need any attention. So, yes.
Go ahead.
So we're not replacing.
Through your worship to Councillor Nyman, for clarity, we have been doing spot repairs currently, and this is to replace the sections that were identified by the contractors that needed replacement. So I would have to check to make sure, but I'm fairly confident that it is the full roof sloped asphalt shingled sections.
All right. Okay, no more questions about that, so move on to your other project.
Yes. So the other component is the long-term care home redevelopment project, and as was discussed in October at the October 12th Committee of the Whole meeting, we are looking at a potential cost of $94,700,000 to redevelop the existing long-term care home. As was indicated, our existing facility, 84 beds, is slated by the ministry to be redeveloped. It does not meet the existing design manual, and there are some infrastructure challenges with that. We have difficulty with accepting certain types of residents and patients just because of our existing structure, not having wide enough doors. The hallways are tight and spaces are challenging. A new facility would include a 76-bed expansion up to 160 beds. We are currently looking at about 114,000 square feet for that building, and projecting about a $610 per square foot cost for that. We are currently working with the ministry and meeting with them, as was indicated in the report. We've had conversations with the previous Minister of Long-Term Care, and we have been encouraged to continue to be shovel-ready should the ministry announce another accelerated funding program, which they did last year. The current project would be completely 100% debt financed, and it would not go forward without the accelerated funding program. We do receive funding from the ministry, but it is not sufficient to pay for the entire project over the 25-year time frame.
Okay. All right. Questions about this, Councillor Hirsch?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kyle. I just want to be clear. I mean, we're saying this is not proceeding now until the province coughs up some money, or some kind of facility for us. I have little faith in what the province may or may not do this year, or maybe any year. And we don't know, of course, what amount that might come to. So I just want to be sure that in approving this at this time, coming out of long-term debt, that's not a final go-ahead without us knowing what the province comes up with and then having the ability to reapprove. What if they only came up with 10 or 15% of the cost? We still can't manage the rest. So perhaps the CEO has an answer. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Hirsch, we will be bringing back a report to council on this project regardless of how much money the province would bring, just so that everyone is really clear about how this project is funded. By agreeing to putting this in the budget, we are basically reserving the debt space. So it's an impact to our ARL, and as you heard from the treasurer, this is the only one that she will allow take up debt space. So but we are not asking to spend any money yet, because this project is not financially viable. I'm still optimistic the province will, but I appreciate that we still haven't heard anything. I think partly that was resulting from the change of ministers, and the Minister of Long-Term Care that made those commitments is now the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and the new minister has to get up to speed. So, but at the senior staff level, I think this is still an active conversation. So, you know, we will continue to monitor this, and I expect us before the mid-year coming back to council, regardless, one way or another, with an update on where things stand. Definitely after the province tables their budget. If we haven't seen money by then, we're gonna need to have a conversation with council, but there is no way to finance this any other way.
Follow-up? Just very fast follow-up. Thank you for that. But we still would have an opportunity to say yes or no when we get that information. That's my key point. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harrison.
Yes, one question that I have is, in that presentation before, in the event of us not attaining funding, we had certain things that we could do, particularly in the fire end, to bring it up to compliance by 2025. Are there steps being taken in that direction to as a fallback position, so to speak? Because I could see this being a quite long drawn out affair, and we should try to be in shape to meet that deadline if it becomes necessary.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, yes, we are. Definitely making those steps. We will be consulting with some contractors just to estimate, get an estimate or a quote on how much it might be to put sprinkler systems in. Obviously, being an aging infrastructure, and there'll be challenges with that, which might be difficult. And the chief did identify that we could increase our staffing complements to do fire rounds and checks of that nature to offset the requirement. You know, those are the two options that we've been exploring currently.
Councilor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 2 questions, but Marcia, I think, has already answered it. So we're not getting any answers from the province because of the change in the ministers. Is that correct? Okay. Then the second question is, when we first started talking about this, it was $70 million. Now we're up to $94 million. I guess, what's driving the cost up? And when does too much become too much? So, and somebody will have to help me remember, how much does the province help out on this? If they were gonna help, is it 50%?
Don't know.
Or?
So through the mayor to Councillor Nyman, I think originally we were looking at about a $495 per square foot amount, and I think that was in and around $56 million at that time. Over the course of COVID, through cost escalation, staffing challenges, contractors increasing their rates, those types of things, the contracts that are being awarded now are in and around the $600 to $625 per square foot. And this is from a number of sources, through our cost consultants, through the architects, and the consultants that are also working on the project with us. So fairly reliable. We also have been meeting with our EOWC partners and talking about costs, and those that are in the redevelopment phases have also identified that cost escalation. So it has increased significantly. There have been awards that have gone out that have been dropped down a little bit, in and around the $575 per square foot. But again, we don't know what their projects look like and the types of details that are in there. These figures are based on a Class D estimate, and we are working with our consultants at ways in which we can minimize the costs, and looking at value engineering, types of materials and products, the finishes that are going to go into that, to be financially responsible. You know, so those are things that we've challenged our architect team with, designing something that is going to be financially sensible, but these are the challenges that we are faced with right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Pennell?
Should we not fairly soon in the new year get the impression that money will be forthcoming? As would we be trying to set up a meeting with our local MP to work very hard to meet with the ministry so that we can get a full feeling of whether it's long-term, short-term for monies available?
We already had one meeting with the former minister, but I'll let the CAO respond.
Sure. Through the mayor to Councillor Pennell, advocacy on this file has, long-term care is something that we share with our Eastern Ontario Warden Caucus partners. It's one of 3 top priorities for the whole Eastern Ontario rural region. All of us, many of us are building long-term care facilities, and all of us are in the same boat in terms of escalating costs. It was too hard for municipalities to build these on their own in the first place. We're all mandated to have one, and yet not enough financial support from the province to actually make this happen. So it remains an advocacy point. There's direct contact with the minister on the part of the caucus from Eastern Ontario's chair on a regular basis. We talk to senior staff as CAOs. There's a rural Ontario conference, municipal conference coming up in January, where this is also on the agenda, and another opportunity for Prince Edward County, along with its other colleagues, rural counties, to fight for this. And so I would say lots of pressure. I'm pretty sure our local MPP is quite sick of hearing about it, but he's also very aware of this need. And so they did make a pretty strong verbal commitment that to all municipalities, that at the Association of Municipal conference in Ottawa or in London last August that to the sector that there would be another round of this money, but they wanted to understand the implications of the first round that was just finishing that month. So we had hoped to hear something this fall, but really from my perspective, it's the next budget that matters. So they either make a pre-budget commitment or they put something in budget, but after, if there's nothing in that budget, then we know for sure that it's not serious. So I still think we have a few months before we give up.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Kyle. Boy, floating docks got more attention than.
We can do.
Okay. Where are we going to now? Buildings? Madam Clerk, I think what I'll do is, this seems like an appropriate time to take a 10-minute recess, but only 10 minutes. So we'll be back at 10:35. 10:35, so we're recessed for 10 minutes. So we are back
We'll
from
be
our
starting on-
recess. So we're on page, which page?
131, Your Worship.
Thank you. 131 of the agenda, okay. And we're going through capital projects for those joining us from home. Director Lindsay is joining us. Morning, Lisa.
Morning. So there are a few here on the list I'll be speaking about. The first improvement is the Bloomfield Town Hall accessible washroom level. As we are looking at buildings, we're taking them one at a time. Certainly, we have some preliminary feedback from the building condition assessment. Similar for this building, we have had fire department and our building department have an expired agreement. So in order to bring a renewed agreement towards council, we needed to look at the use in the lower level. Good thing I'm so loud. So with that, in order for us to move forward with the lease in the lower level agreement, we do need to have a placeholder in the budget that would accommodate the revitalization of the washroom in the lower level to be accessible so that we are compliant with AODA standards. The looming 2025 AODA compliance would happen within the time frame of any renewal agreement that council may pass.
Okay. All right, questions from members of council concerning these items. Okay, I guess accessible washroom, anybody? No? The Benson Town Hall, engineering and architectural design.
Yep. Certainly. So this capital project comes from the October 26th council meeting where staff were directed to explore a repurpose of Benson Hall in municipal office spaces to use as part of the 2024 budget deliberation. So this would be phase one. Phase one is addressing the Greer-Galloway report that talks about the structural integrity of the building and also the fire separation concerns. So this, hopefully there would be adequate funds as well to have an opportunity to look at some architectural design for repurposing. So phase two would then come back to council with a sound building that has, that is prepared for future decisions.
Okay, any questions about Benson Hall? Councillor St. Jean?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Lisa. I think it's pretty straightforward what needs to be done here. I certainly support moving forward with the engineering and architectural design of Benson Hall, because the alternative is to just leave a heritage building to continue to rot away. We need to know what is required to meet those, the direction of council. I believe it was Councillor Prinzen that put that forward. So I think it's fairly straightforward. So not really a question, just thank you for making sure that this moves forward. Once again, all of our heritage buildings are important, and definitely this one, there is a strong possibility for a better long-term use for it than has occurred in the past. So,
Councillor Panel.
We'd ask that one be put in the parking lot.
Councillor Maynard?
Yeah, just for clarification, I support this project, but so the $100,000 for the study, and you said maybe some design, but in the detailed sheet, it said that the phase two would be an estimated $400,000 for design. So would that be just some preliminary design coming, whatever's left over from that 100,000 sort of? Is that the?
Through your worship to Councillor Maynard, thanks for seeking that clarification. In fact, exactly what you said is correct. What we'd want to be coming back with is what the preliminary design options are for use of the space so that council would have a fulsome opportunity to explore all options.
Okay, Councillor Panel, you want this put into the parking lot? Okay, done. Okay, the next, Jack Taylor.
Okay. I'm actually going to have Supervisor Richard Lightfoot speak to the Jack Taylor project.
Morning Supervisor Richard Lightfoot.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council.
This is page 132, 140, I'm sorry.
The Jack Taylor Park Washroom project was something that we proposed just based on some feedback that we got through a group consultation in the community in 2021. It was something that was kind of on their wish list. Proximity to the Millennium Trail and its high volume of use also warrants a possible having a brick and mortar facility that had possibly water filling station to help support that. The park itself is becoming more and more used throughout the community as well as tourism. A lot of people are going to the vineyards and seeking a place to possibly have their lunch or whatever, and a washroom is greatly needed out there. Currently, we put a portable unit out there, which isn't necessarily always a favorable solution. So we were hoping that we could tie into the existing septic that is from the fire hall. Fire hall isn't being used, so we got thinking and did some cost analysis, and it falls well within that $99,000 to complete something like that, which would also be AODA compliant.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Richard. Councilor Brainy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Lisa and Richard. They attended our Hillier Rec Committee meeting on Monday. They were ecstatic about this. There has been a resurgence in it's been a great thing of young families in Hillier and people that are using the park. So I think this is a really great way forward, and we really appreciate you giving us an opportunity to talk about it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? No. Okay, thank you, Richard.
I just wanted to add that Jack Taylor Park Washroom is Parkland Reserve funds. Just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that that was what the funds were for that project. And then
We're moving back in the binder to page 128 of the agenda package for the Milford shed roof replacement.
okay, so the Milford shed roof replacement is a metal roof that has significant leaks in it. We have worked with the South Marysburg Board of Management to meet fire and building compliance for the use of the shed. It is an active used space for the community to gather for many activities such as the Milford Fair and other dances and fundraising initiatives that happen. The Board of Management does also utilize that shed to generate some revenue with storage throughout the winter. So the leaking roof is a serious concern. We also have updated the exit lighting and so forth. So there are some electrical components in there that the roof is compromised, and we want to ensure that that space can continue to be used by the group.
Okay, questions, Councilor Pennell?
Are they looking at replacing it with steel again?
Through your worship to Councillor Pennell, absolutely.
Great, thanks.
No, okay, thanks a lot, Lisa.
Well, I guess
For
I'll just
those
stay
ones.
right here.
Yeah, thanks for the previous section.
Oh,
Okay,
thank you.
museums.
This will start on page 129 of the agenda packages.
So the Macaulay Heritage Roof has undergone significant repairs over the last handful of years, each time having a demise impact on the plaster of the church. We haven't even been able to determine how old the roof was currently that is in place, but we have significant display exhibits going on there. We have challenges now with storing artifacts in certain locations of the building, and artifact storage is a challenge on the onset. So this would be these two roof replacements for both the Wellington Heritage Museum and the Macaulay Church roof. You know, these are spaces that are activated. There are valuables inside them, and they are compromising the interior of the building. The hope would be for both, for Macaulay Church roof, the hope would be, of course, to consult with the Heritage Group and move towards a steel roof. However, the budget has been put in place that should steel not be acceptable or recommended from the Heritage Group, that we would be able to replace with what is currently there, which is a little bit of a shingling cedar type of mix. And so Wellington Heritage Museum is a metal roof that is desperately needing to be replaced as well, and that would be with a metal roof. So happy to answer any questions about both of those roofs.
The house is not a slate roof?
This is the church.
I know that's a church. The, was there slate up in, maybe not?
It's a funny looking cedar shake combination that seems to have a different material. The rear roof, the rear wing roof of the house has recently been awarded, and because it's at the back and you can't really see it, the steel roof is what was approved by Heritage.
Yep.
And so obviously we're trying to go with longevity, but we certainly are always consulting with Heritage on these projects.
And the church roof wasn't replaced when all that renovation was done years and years ago? Well, not years and years, but 10 years ago?
Through your worship, it was not.
Okay.
There's been considerable patching, and if you walk in the inside of the building, you can see where the patching had to occur.
All right, questions of either of these? Okay. Thanks, Lisa.
My pleasure.
Library.
Through you, your worship, to council, I believe the library was here last week speaking to their projects. If there's any further questions for the library board on those projects, I'm happy to reach out to them. Okay. Or perhaps the members could speak to them.
Yeah, the brick masonry is up around the top, as I recall. Okay. Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Your Worship. BLD 0258 on page 144 speaks to the library stairs to Mary Street. I'd like to have that placed in the parking lot, please.
Okay. All right. Any questions about the library projects? Councillor Nyman?
Thank you. So I'm just wondering about the stairs or,
It's parked.
yeah, so I know, I just want to ask a question. So, did they mention that when they were here, about the stairs? I don't remember. Yeah, okay. But I agree, it should be in the parking lot.
Okay. Okay. Vaughn?
Through your worship, this would bring us to the operational work yards. And Tanya Redden's here to speak to them.
Morning, Tanya.
Good morning.
$32, I think.
116.
Yeah, lots of pretty pictures.
Yeah.
It's an Art Deco ceiling. Art Deco ceiling.
Okay. All right, Tanya, you want to fill us in here?
So for the sand storage dome repairs, this is a familiar project to you guys, but it's before you now for phase 2 for 2024 budget approval. So phase 2 involves repairs to the concrete foundation walls, with the majority of the work being at the Sandy Hook Dome, which is the larger of the two domes. and some minor repairs at Sophiasburg Yard. So the work will be tendered in 2024 with construction in spring 2025 due to the roofing and wood frame structure being contracted for the 2024 season. So Sandy Hook is a lot of concrete repairs. So there's delamination, there is some rebar that is showing that needs to be cleaned and repaired. And this Sophiasburg Yard is primarily some small concrete repairs and an application of a new emulsion layer to the interior surface to protect it from chloride migration.
All right, questions, Councillor Nyman?
A quick question. So why are we taking it out of the roads construction budget? It says it's coming out of the roads construction.
Yeah, it's down the bottom. Madam Director, Amanda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nyman. Typically, we have always funded those types of dome repairs that are related to the road network from the Reserve for Road Construction. In years where the Reserve for Road Construction was burdened heavily or going to be in a deficit, we moved those costs to the Reserve for Capital Sustainability. So it's either or. If it's council's wish, we could change the funding source to capital sustainability.
Okay. Councillor Pennell?
I would like that on the, take a look at later. Because I find if we keep taking money out, roads is the biggest problem we got and the most major problem we got in this county. Outside, once you get around proposed building. And if we keep pulling out of the roads fund to do maintenance,
okay.
Anyway, as long as it's
parked, okay. Okay. What? Shop drain, well, what else we got here? Shop drains. Morning, Jeff.
Hi. So this project for the shop drains, it's for all 4 of our road shop locations. It's the main drains that all of our heavy trucks and equipment have to drive over. And then when we wash in the shop, it catches all the settlement and stuff like that. We've repaired them time and time again. They're just past repair, and we got to put all new steel grate and then hammer out a bunch of the concrete and build a new foundation and new grates on top to make it safe and secure for everybody going in and out of the shop.
So this is page 132.
Council, this is on page 132 of your agenda packages.
Okay. And it's for 4 locations. Okay, questions, Councilor Maynard?
Yeah, similar to the last item, is this one that could also be moved to capital sustainability? Sorry, as for the last item, the same?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor May, could you repeat that question?
Funding source.
The funding source, similar we just discussed, is this one that could potentially come from the sustainability reserve or the capital sustainability fund?
Sorry, I think I'm confused. Are you referring to the sand storage dome or are you?
No.
The shop drain?
The question is, the funding source is currently the Reserve for Roads Equipment.
Absolutely, it could come from there.
So maybe we could park that one as well and.
Through your worship, an alternative to the Capital Sustainability Reserve would also be the Reserve for Community Facilities, which is where we're trying to migrate all buildings and structures to. It's just also has a low reserve balance.
Okay, so is that something that done now, or what's that process?
Through the chair to council, for both of, so you've just put sand storage into the parking lot. If you want to pull it out of the parking lot, if it's not about whether or not you want to go forward with the project, but you want to change the reserve it comes from, you could do a motion. I would recommend you wait until you see the full impact of your decisions before you make decisions about changing things. So if you,
That's fine.
I'd recommend if you're trying to change this too, that you also put shop drains into the parking lot.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Councillor Pennell?
I think on an item like this, it should be made clear to the people who are listening at home, we're not disputing that it's not needed. It's how it's being paid for. I agree they're needed. But I think the people at home don't need to get the impression that we're just turning it down.
Okay. Councillor McNaughton?
Thank you very much. Director Carter, just out of sheer interest, when you say that you're looking to move facilities into the community facilities reserve, would that include structures that support the roads program generally in the future? And by the way, if anyone is watching, there's some wonderful photographs, very artistic photographs in the budget to demonstrate why these upgrades are needed.
Amanda, can you respond?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McNaughton. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I distracted you. I can't get my mic. Thanks. The question was, is it generally a plan to shift structures that support the road network to facilities? So historically, I'm just going to explain why we've done things the way we have, and then the shift we're trying to make. So historically, anything related to roads was always funded from the Reserve for Roads Construction. The issue that we face is that we have very few capital reserves and capital funding sources. And so we're trying to migrate so that reserves align with asset management plans, so that it's very clear how we're funding, where we're funding, to align that way. And so yes, we would be looking to shift all facilities to the community facilities reserve in the future.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Now we're attendance shelter replacement.
Page 139 of your agenda packages.
Albert?
139.
Is there anything to add to this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to speak a little bit on the project. So we're proposing a replacement shelter at the Hillier Waste Disposal Site. Currently, there are 2 in place there. The original shelter was cobbled together, I understand, sometime around 20 years ago, made from scraps that were basically received at the landfill. It's never really been able to be heated very well, and it's always been a problem. So of late, it's been deteriorating. We have issues with the structural integrity as well as vermin and vector within the shack itself. If you walk in the shack now, you'll see about an inch thick layer of bees over the base. So we do our best to keep vermin in check there, but in places like that and with a shack like that that's not really designed to keep much out, it's fairly difficult. Currently we have a temporary shelter in place there, but really it has the space for a chair and a person, and that's it. So it's really not meant, there's no room to store anything, supplies or anything like that. It's quite deficient. The idea here is to use the reserves to fund this project. So I don't believe there'd be any impact beyond just withdrawing from the reserves.
Okay. Councillor Brainy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I love about representing Hillier are the small grassroots scenarios. Even though this is small, I'd like to thank Vic Allier for bringing this to my attention. I know he's been advocating and just going there. It's like the size of an outhouse right now that she's sitting in. So I think the community will be really pleased with this to go forward. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Maynard.
I see this is under the, and I fully support this because, you know, it'd be nice to maybe able to have some lunch and a place to keep Brian, when you're doing
Question.
your duties, yes. So this one falls under asset class building of facilities, but in this case, we're using the reserve for waste contingency. Is this one that would, like, I mean, this isn't a big one, but is that something that also would migrate to reserve for buildings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it could, but I'd have to look at all of these changes to see if they could align and see if we could fund them. The approach that was taken this year was to ensure that we could finance the projects with a shift going forward, and an eye on moving those projects into the correct capital buckets, if you will.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, thanks, Albert. And these are the funding sources. Okay.
I just want to confirm that you have chosen to park 4 projects in this category. The sandstone dome repairs, because you want to talk about which area it's funded. Similarly, shop drains for that same reason. The Benson Town Hall, engineering and architectural design, and the Picton Library stairs to Mary Street. So those 4 projects over this page and the next will be what moves to the parking lot. And this is your last opportunity if there's any questions you might have about how these are funded, and then we'll move on to the next category.
Councillor St. Jean?
Yeah, just for clarity, you said there were 4 items in the parking lot. Did we not, or maybe I misheard you, the organics program? Did we not push that over yesterday?
No, that was, Dave.
Just from today?
This is just this
alone.
section.
Okay, I don't want us to, I don't want to miss something. That's what I'm concerned
Okay.
about.
Okay, Amanda? Grab the remote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have the remote. She should never have trusted me with it. This moves us to computer hardware and software, and I have David Boyle here, the Manager of Information.
Morning, David.
Morning.
And we begin on page
Morning.
146.
146.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, sorry, excuse me. In 2023, we made significant investment in our technology portfolio, which brought a lot of value across the entire county to both the people that work here and the buildings that are being used by the citizens. This year, we're coming back with a number of different projects. First one here on your list is backup power. You'll realize that last year we started with no backup power for any of our hardware, which was not sufficient and caused damage to devices when struck by lightning, things like that. So these monies will end up completing that project. We will have 100% coverage of all of the hardware that we put out there to all the different locations. And in 4 years from now, we'll be coming back to you to life cycle that. The network hardware is a big investment for IT and for council, but where this is really going to benefit the public is a major investment into wireless infrastructure for the Wellington Arena, the Picton Arena, and for H.J. McFarland, amongst other things. We still have a number of devices that need to be life cycled. We still have quite a legacy portfolio out there, but that is where a major investment will be made in 2024. As far as our servers and data center, we were able to implement significant upgrades, although there were some things that were still lacking. And to highlight a couple of things that council would be concerned of is our backup of our data. We're still operating on the legacy infrastructure, which is now coming up on 9 years old, and we need to life cycle that so that we can back our data up and bring forward new technology to keep it safer for longer. Workstation replacement is something that we've all benefited from, and being able to bring new hardware to the county. This is a project that will be year over year. We will be continually trying to life cycle the hardware, and we have taken all of the laptops and desktops, split them into 5-year chunks so that we are going to be running the most efficient project we can. Next page, sorry.
Okay.
So sorry, I do. Go ahead. Oh, okay, yep. Sorry.
Any questions concerning these 4 items? Councilor Branderhorst.
Hi, thank you, David. Why is it a 5-year cycle for computers and not something a little bit longer, like seven even more?
Through you,
David?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that is a really good point. This is just an industry standard, and what we found is that at the 5-year marker, there's a lot of damage that our devices take over time. At that point in time, either the technology is too old and it needs to be replaced. A good example is the legacy laptops that some of our users have. They won't connect to the wireless infrastructure that we've put in simply because of the disparaging difference in the technologies used. And what we do find too is for certain users, say in engineering or GIS, those individuals, because the software progresses so quickly, actually need the horsepower, to try and put it in terms that I understand, but the horsepower to be able to compete and keep up with that software. So it's an industry standard to try and meet the needs of the users.
Anybody else? Councilor Maynard?
So does that mean automatically, or is it kind of on a case-by-case basis if you can extend that life cycle, or if you can take some of the units from those high needs groups and repurpose them to less high needs groups?
Yeah, through you.
Go ahead.
The councillor. That's a really good point. A lot of municipalities are looking into that, and that's it's not something we couldn't do or we couldn't investigate in. This is actually just us putting a budget together to kind of roll into industry standard and be able to life cycle the devices under our own needs rather than on a break fix type of scenario. We can begin to extend the life cycle. We do find though that the break fix issues that come up tend to hinder employees, and there's more cost benefit to doing it early than there is having people sit there waiting for 2 or 3 days for a broken device.
Madam Director.
Just further to what David's telling or explaining on this topic, this money would be going to replace machines that are as old as 2017, 2018. We have a legacy problem in financing IT, and this money would go to replacing the oldest machines first.
Okay. When you say a legacy problem,
A
mean
legacy
machines were
financing
just
problem within the IT portfolio and within workstation replacement. Like we have fallen further and further behind over the years, and this is just, we're trying to get back on track and take a more proactive approach to replacement to ensure that everybody has the tools that they need to carry out their work appropriately.
So we didn't keep up, put it another way.
Historically, no, we did not, sir.
Okay. Councillor Branderhorst.
On a different one, the IT hardware and network hardware. In your description, you added in finish switch projects at the town hall and fire halls. Is this part of the money that we set aside in the last budget to improve the door mechanisms to the different town halls to allow better access? Is this all new money coming into it? I'm just a little confused about the carryover.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. You're speaking about the description on page 148 here?
147 on
Yeah,
mine.
sorry, yeah, 147. Yeah, so those network switches that we're putting in, they connect everything. So they quite literally, they'll connect your doors, they connect your Wi-Fi, they connect your users, and we're nearly at the point where they're all new and they're all ready to accept whatever it could be. So this project doesn't specifically address the door access, but all of those door accesses require these network switches to be able to function. And it's because they use a property called power over Ethernet. So some of those door strikers are actually powered by the electricity from the network switches. So we do need these devices to be able to complete that project. It goes hand in hand.
So this is an additional ask on top of last year's money that was set aside for that project, correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is to complete that project, yes. So we weren't able to purchase enough network switches last year with the monies that we were granted to be able to complete the project. So this will help us continue with that project, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Pennell.
I think in the computer system, it's going to be an automatic day after day, year after year investment. But having said that, we run into a problem last winter where at a fire department, the generator didn't start up. Is some of this equipment gonna be able to solve that problem? Because I think that's critical to health and safety.
Yes, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Being able to connect up alerting technology is something that this network equipment will allow us to do. We simply need the proper alerting hardware from the generator to be able to alert us, and then yes, we would be able to send email alerts. So that's something that I can take away and work with Chief Brown on.
Fantastic.
Okay, thanks. Just one question about licenses, our licensing. There's nothing here. Is it elsewhere in the budget, or are we okay in that regard?
Yes. To you, Mr. Mayor, the licensing is an operational cost. The initial purchase of licensing for anything goes into a capital expense. We're not looking to purchase any new licensing this year. What we did is last year we purchased, in subsequent years, we purchased a bunch of licensing, but it gets flipped from a capital expense to an operating expense. Yes.
Yep. Just for the benefit of anybody that may be watching while we're on computers. Okay, thanks for that.
Moving on through Mr. Mayor to Council, the security gateways are quite simply our firewalls. This year, in 2024, those firewalls are going to be end of life, end of service. We have to replace them. They are quite literally our moat and drawbridge into the county. So without replacing them, we lose all support for preventing attacks. Our cabling is a year-over-year cost. We're going,
Sorry for council, we're on page 150 now in your binders.
Our cabling is a year-over-year ongoing cost. What we do find is as we deploy new computers, we need to connect the cables to them. As we move from old coax connections or old copper connections to fiber connections, we need to replace that. This is something that we're trying to reuse where we can, although it is it's better to replace with new, just simply so that we have the capacity for future needs. Our cabinets, this will be the second year for the ask for cabinets. We will be completing our cabinet rollout, which will mean that all of our devices will be secure. In some cases, it's not even the security, but we have network hardware in, say, a bay where trucks are parked, where there's a lot of heavy traffic, and we're trying to prevent very expensive equipment from being knocked or sprayed with water or accidentally bumped off the wall, things like that. And finally, the automated telephone system for Station 1. This project is to support the proper telephony needs to be able to migrate our telephone system and our dispatch to St. Catharines. So this is going to allow us to have automated call rerouting, and it's going to also help for that much larger project.
Okay. Questions? Councilor Prinzen?
Thank you, and not a question so much on to this telephone system, but how come this wasn't brought to our attention when the contract was awarded as an additional cost?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's partially because this was brought to IT as an IT cost because we're managing the telephony system. And so I can go back and get more information with the chief on why that is. Or do you want to speak to that now?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Prinzen. This particular cost is one of those things where, because IT is outside of our normal budget, it was an oversight on my part. I don't have any ability to manage the IT aspect, and this is a separate request from the request that we talked about yesterday, which was the funding for the radio network. So in our world, there's an IT section that's managed by IT, and then we manage the radio system network with our vendor that does the radio connections and all that kind of stuff. So they're actually, although they're the same linkage to the same problem, they're two entirely different things in the budget world.
Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a telephone issue, I guess. Is it voice activated? So that's what you're changing to is, so you call fire department and then you just tell them where you want it, you want them to send you. Is that correct?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Nyman. This is going to be an automated system so that when people phone the fire hall for any reason, currently we answer all of the telephones unless our responder has left the building, then the phones ring because there's no automated attendant currently. What's going to happen is in the future, when somebody calls the fire department, you're going to get a pre-recorded message that's going to say, thank you for calling Prince Edward County Fire and Rescue. If your call is an emergency, please hang up and call 911 so that it gets the 911 system separated from the internal phone system. And that automated message is imperative so that the callers understand that they can no longer just call the fire department local for 911 issues, because we won't have the technology. We'll have it in a redundant backup, but we need to get the 911 system handled through St. Catharines Dispatch.
Quick follow-up? Yep. So just a simple, and maybe I'm out to lunch, but a simple message change is $25,000?
So through you, your worship, we're in a phone system that I think IT can answer better for me, but I think that anything related to our phone system seems to have been at end of life about 20 years ago.
Just to add to that, the fire station does not operate on the same corporate telephony system, so they're on their own legacy system. We've actually, this year, we've updated all of our phone system, devoid of any changes to them. So this is very specific just to the fire station alone.
Okay, so just to be clear, a legacy system means something really old.
So the legacy system, I would say that the technology is yeah, closer to probably a 2008, between 2005, 2008 installation. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Pennell?
I may have missed it. I thought you were referring, we've updated our system maybe in Shire Hall, because it's the crappiest system I ever saw. Unless it was changed this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Pennell, for your remarks. Okay.
Would you like a response, Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, actually, in the last week, we have made 2 major increases, one of which will bring back voicemail to email. It was actually last night, so we're working on that today. And also to increase our own auto attendance. So I hope to be bringing some, better performance in the next, 3-4 weeks. So thank you for the feedback.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, David. Oh, Councillor Branderhurst?
Thank you. I just have one question about the cabinets. So, and what you were saying was that you are adding cabinets to areas that there was not cabinets before. So this is strictly not new to nothing, but nothing to new, basically. It's not that, the write-up had me a little bit confused when saying that you were moving from the county requires locking network cabinets. Sorry, this is page 152 for anybody who's catching up. And I was wondering, was that a new mandatory shift in the world? Because from a few of my friends as electricians in the corporate world, they were saying that it's becoming policy that whenever a cabinet is failing, it has to be replaced to a locking cabinet, but not that we're just replacing cabinets that are working fine, that are not being disrupted from or tampered with, but that they're, I guess, I'm just hoping that we're not putting money into new cabinets that were just replaced a few years ago and with systems that don't tend to fail.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, these are areas where there never was cabinets. So historically, what we would do is we would take a tie wrap and we would screw switches to the wall, to a board, and if by accident toxic material was spilt on them, we would fix them, right? These are actually to put them into a cabinet. The locking portion of it is just a security feature because in some cases people would go in and unplug a cable or say, hey, I need a cable for my computer at home. And these things did happen, and we're trying to secure the expensive hardware and just protect it from outside elements in some cases. There were none. There were some of the more recent installations, maybe in the last 2 years, had one or two, but I've only come across those in new buildings that have recently been built or renovated. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, David.
Thank you.
And these are the funding sources, so these are all coming out of reserves. Okay, pretty straightforward. Okay. Hey, Julianne.
Through the worship to all of council, page number? Okay.
Page 182 in your agenda packages.
182. Okay.
Okay, so speaking about electric vehicle chargers today, this project that's in the capital budget proposed is for level 3 DCFC fast chargers. So these are not the level 2 chargers that were installed this year. Good news is that the Bloomfield charger is operational and the Picton and Wellington installation should be complete this week. So that project's on track, but this is about the faster chargers that the community has been asking for to support tourism development, economic development. These are the chargers that will fill up the tank or charge the battery in about a half hour, depending on the vehicle. So it looks like a straightforward project on paper, but I just wanted to add a little bit of information so that council understands how staff is approaching this project. We've been working on this question for about 1.5 years, and the ground has continued to shift underneath us in terms of what's available for funding and what kinds of partnerships might be available with the private sector. So this represents the situation as it is right now, which is that there's a lot of funding available for this type of work. And so what you're seeing on the paper is what I'm calling the second worst case scenario. The worst case scenario would be that we receive no funding from any of the upper levels of government and no partnership with the private sector, and we'd have to ask the question about whether or not we'd want to go it alone with this type of infrastructure. But that's not the conversation for today. Today it's about the different scenarios that could play out with this project. So there is currently a provincial funding program available that would fund up to 75% of this project. There's currently there will be a federal program open in the new year that would fund up to 50%, and there's different models that we could investigate to work with the private sector. So this is the second worst case scenario in which we only receive 50% funding from the federal program. The next best scenario is a 75% investment from the province, where we would only have to spend $50,000 and they would bring in $150,000. As we go up the chain of best case scenarios, there's also the option that we would be successful in both programs. We can stack those funding on top of each other and have 100% funded. And then there's also the opportunity to work with the private sector to fill gaps in our funding picture, where they could come in and put some capital money in as well. So these are the different ways it could play out, and this is the sort of the worst case scenario that we would only receive 50% funding. And staff are committed to getting the very best deal possible for the municipality, so we'll exhaust all options on this one before we actually go ahead and do this $200,000 project with 50% from the municipality.
Okay. All right, and these are level 3 charges. Okay. Councillor Grasso.
Hello. Is this a revenue source for us as well?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, it can be. If this project was funded to a high level from external sources, then the revenue generated from these chargers could stay with the municipality and become a revenue source that would then go into the reserve for electric vehicle infrastructure that we could use for future investments in this area.
Follow up, please. Yep. And there's going to be how many of these stations?
Through the chair, this project is intended to put at least 2 charging heads in the King Street lot in Picton. So that's what this project describes.
And they'll be able to charge any type of electric vehicle?
Through the chair, that's correct. Adapters might be required. If you're driving a Tesla, you're used to charging at non-Tesla chargers with an adapter, but it could support all vehicles.
Thank you.
Councilor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, so I understand, I guess, more than anything. So if I have an electric vehicle and I go and I charge it, I'm putting it on my credit card, I just need to understand how, and it gets charged, so you're paying the hydro company. I'm just wondering how we're getting a revenue from it when we're not in the electrical business.
Through the chair to Councillor Nyman. So the way that we have established our charging revenue program is that drivers are charged by the hour for their charging. So at the level 2 chargers that we have, it's $2.25 an hour, and that $2.25 covers the electricity cost that we pay, and it covers costs that are charged by the network provider, which in our case right now is Flow, and then there's profit built into that $2.25 per hour. When we're looking at the level 3 chargers, the faster chargers, that rate per hour will be higher, $15 to $20 an hour, because you're getting a lot more charge from it. But again, that rate would be calculated to include our hydro costs that we'd have to pay as the operator of the equipment, as well as any payments we need to make to the network provider, and then there'd be profit built into it to cover our, to go into the reserve.
Councilor Pennell?
I like the idea of the chargers. There's a lot of people that have the electric cars or trucks, whatever, to use them now. But having said that, to take a slower amount of charging and put it in your parking lots right in the people that are trying to increase their sales, to me, it seems ridiculous. If you can hold customers there longer, to me, that benefits commercial. And as soon as you put a fast one in, good possibility, in a half an hour, they're going to leave and maybe never bother leaving their cars. I like the idea, but I don't like where they're putting them, to be honest.
Councilor McNaughton?
Thanks. Well, I'm very grateful to see some work in this area come forward, because there's been certainly a lot of demand from a couple of industry sectors, but also residents in Picton and Hallowell, certainly. I'm still interested. So there are a lot of unknowns at this point in time, which is, I understand there are many permutations, and it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds with this initial work being done. I'm still wondering if there's a plan being developed, a countywide plan that we would be seeing with potential partnerships. Is the evolution going to be coming to us over the next couple of years, or do we even know what's anticipated at this time?
Through the chair to Councillor McNaughton, there isn't work being done right now on a consolidated overarching municipal plan. That plan would consider fleet electrification as well, and the potential for that. And those conversations haven't started. We've been focused really on how do we get some stuff in the ground. I can let you know, though, that I've been working with a counterpart in the city of Ottawa to look at a regional partnership, a regional approach with a number of different Eastern Ontario municipalities and counties. And we're in the early stages of bringing together about a dozen municipalities and counties to talk about how we can strategically locate chargers across Eastern Ontario, maybe work together on some collaborative procurement with network chargers, and then co-brand that network as with like the regional tourism organizations as making Eastern Ontario drivable by electric vehicles. So we're doing some work outside of the county to work on a regional strategy, but we do need to do some internal work to talk about what the future is within the municipality.
So we might actually be getting into the electric charging business. That's interesting, long term. That's fascinating and exciting. Thanks.
Councilor St. Jean?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Julianne. Thank you, staff, for bringing this part forward. As everybody knows, I was very vocal the last time we were talking about EV chargers in our communities, and certainly supportive of moving forward with as many as we can afford to do at any point in time. And speaking of affordability, you, Julianne, you mentioned cost recovery. And I'm not sure if you can answer this question or if it's something that has to be answered by the CAO, but can this be a profit-generating center, not just a cost recovery? Is the municipality allowed to actually earn revenue?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor St. Jean, under the Municipal Act, you can cost recover. You're not allowed to budget for a surplus.
That's unfortunate. Because I see lots of opportunity here, given the fact that we are so extremely restricted with how we can generate revenue for a municipality.
I share your frustration, and I couldn't agree more.
And and
Follow-up?
along the lines Julianne mentioned about future work to try and identify better places or more places to put these. How would, Madam CAO, if council, I think that staff need direction to develop that plan moving forward as to what do we need, as well as working in hand with what's going on regionally. What and when would be the best time to put forward a motion to direct staff to explore and bring back a report on how best to implement a more extensive EV charging station program in the county?
Madam CAO?
So today, we are focused on the budget. There is a tourism management report coming in February where EVs relate to tourism. That's another opportunity, or you could bring forward a motion, but I actually don't think we need a motion. I think what you heard from staff is that we're already engaged in that kind of work, and we'll bring back something in this ever-changing landscape once we have more idea, but I think this could also come back in the conversation on tourism management.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Pennell?
Just one more question. Has this been covered off with the fire department? Some municipalities right now are finding that the cost of protecting the property, for instance, if you got one right in town and a battery blows, can they come back on the municipality because the municipality is supplying the unit? And that's a big danger until nothing's proven that it's the way to go. I just wonder how should the municipality be getting in that?
Well, you're asking a question about liability, right?
I'm asking the question, has it been discussed with the fire department chief to ensure that we are covered? There's no extra money the county's got to put out for training in that for our firemen.
Okay, is there any,
Speaking of that.
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you. I'll have further conversation with Chief Brown and with Director McNichol about liability and fire protection considerations.
Councillor Brainy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 4 days to get through. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I appreciate some of the questions, but I think that they can probably be discussed at further meetings about things like liability and that. I'd really love to get our heads wrapped around and just focus on the budget and any of these questions that can certainly be answered at a future date. We can get through this.
I think that's what we're doing. Julianne, let me ask you if you could just repeat the location of the chargers we've got now and the proposed ones.
Sure, through the mayor to the mayor. We have an operational level 2 charger in the Bloomfield Main Street parking lot. We have two, that's one single charger. We have 2 chargers coming to the Crystal Palace parking lot in the Picton Fairgrounds facility. We have 2 chargers coming to the Wellington and District Community Center parking lot. Those should all be installed by the end of this week. And then this project is proposed for the King Street parking lot in Picton, where there used to be a level 3 charger.
Where that obelisk.
It's gone.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks. Okay. Next, Madam Director.
This will take us to the Wilkinson Park Outdoor Rink, located on page 163 of your agenda packages.
$53. 153. 63.
Richard, you're back?
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything you want to elaborate on this?
The outdoor rink that's proposed for the North Marysburg site at Wilkinson Park is part of the Parkland Reserve funds. Through consultation, again, through the Recreation Master Plan, as well as the Rec Committee and members of the community, it was a strong interest to have an outdoor rink. When we initiated the outdoor rink program last year, we used a kit model, and we're just putting on, I got a frog in my throat. We did put it directly on grass surface. Trial and error, you just kind of find out that the best application is to actually have a concrete pad. So we're proposing a concrete pad with the kit and nets, benches. It'll better serve the purpose of an outdoor rink. And the other thing that with that is that in the summer, if it isn't being utilized by lots of kids that like to play ball hockey, that's all I did in the summer and winter, play hockey. Those kits could be removed, and then you have a concrete base that could be used for whatever purpose that either the rec committee or the community might want.
Pickleball. Okay.
Dances.
All right, thanks. We'll go this way. Councillor Grosso, then Councillor Nyman.
Hello, Richard. Being a member of the last Stanley Cup team in 1967 myself, I think it's a great idea, except it's just, it's natural ice. You're only going to get a few weeks out of it, and I've done ice rinks on my property myself for my kids. A lot of work, and we're like in our t-shirts sometimes in January. It's just we just don't have that climate, and it's a lot of work, to get that water frozen properly, and also to maintain it. So I don't know. I just think it's a bit of a waste of money.
Okay, Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the $80,000 is for the cement pad. So the outdoor rink that we received last year, I think it was donated, right? Or did we purchase it?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nyman, it was part of a grant that was received through the municipality, and we use those funds for outdoor activities and recreation purposes.
Okay, and that was put up in Amesburg last year, I think, right? Is that where we erected it?
No, we actually put the one in Consicon and one in Rossmore, and they were well supported through the fire stations for service.
Councillor Brinkley.
That's where I was going with my question, actually, Richard. You talk about supported by the fire stations. I know North Marysburg isn't as big or active. I don't know how to, it's just not as many people down there on the fire department to maintain this. How does the Parks and Rec foresee going about making ice down there?
Through the mayor to Councillor Prinzen, glad you asked that. Because that was one of the challenges when we first proposed the outdoor rink program initiated last year. And we did look at that because geographically it's a large park. It could facilitate it. The fire department does not have the means to, but in a lot of conversations with the rec committee, they have volunteered to make sure that the water was supplied to them because they really, really want an outdoor rink there for their community. So it would be supported through the rec committee.
Just would like to make just one small comment. Councillor Grosso, good point regarding the ice season. Certainly it's getting smaller every year, it seems. That's the whole purpose for this to be a concrete pad. We're kind of mirroring what you see in Sophiasburg, where that pad is used all the time by the youth in the community. And the North Marysburg Rec Committee have specifically asked for this based on the growth of families that have moved to that area in the region. I also think, knowing North Marysburg, they've got a lot of other uses planned for this. I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't markets and a variety of other things. It's kind of going to be like a multi-use cement pad area. So I just wanted to expand on that.
Okay. Councillor Nunn?
Thank you. Actually, that's where my question was going. It was somewhat aligned with what Councillor Grosso was saying was, how do we extract enough value out of a significant piece of concrete when you can only have a rink potentially 2 or 3 weeks a year, some years, which is in demand. Certainly, it's a demand that Picton Hallowell area has. I've heard that from many people as well, and it's of interest. So do we know that has that been a subject of discussion already with that rec committee for year-round uses to make that a valuable outlay, not just financially, but also sustainably, because concrete, of course, comes with a very high carbon price tag.
Richard?
Yep. Through the mayor to Councillor McNaughton. Yes, when we were discussing this with the rec committee, they expressed that if it was a more permanent base, that would be, and that's why we're proposing that it be the kit set put onto the concrete pad and then it can be removed. If there isn't a high volume of kids wanting to play ball hockey in July, then yeah, it could be taken down. It could be used, like Lisa had mentioned, for markets and a lot of different purposes. A concrete pad gives like a rec committee or a community a little something to go on when there's planning or creating new events.
And there are no alternatives that would offer a similar benefit without the same outlay, both from a carbon and financial sustainability perspective.
Yeah, and it goes back to the mention about keeping ice. Right now, the alternative would to be put it right onto a grass or a sand surface. A little labor intensive if we're putting grass onto or sand onto a grass surface for that application. And it also doesn't have the same thermal properties. Like if you don't have a good frost in the ground, it's a problem. But frost will settle into concrete a little easier than permeating through the whole ground to make ice surface and to maintain ice surface. And yeah, I do agree that our winters are different. It's not like when we were kids and we skated in the ditches for like 9 months of the year. So that being said, we wanted to give something that had more of a probability of being a longer period of use for the community, and that's why we proposed the concrete base pad.
Okay. Councillor Pennell, then Councillor Engelsdorf.
I'm wondering if it'd be possible just to park it and move on.
What, the ice rink you are proposing?
Well, we're asking all these questions, and I don't think we're going to get any answers that's going to suit us.
Madam CAO.
So I would just remind you, if you put it in the parking lot, you're saying you would like to bring forward a motion to either change the amount or cancel the project. Yep. We are not going to answer questions about the specifics of these initiatives. That is for future reports or where we're saying consultation. We really need to focus on the budget here because we need to know whether or not you want us to spend or at least earmark $80,000 of parkland reserve in this case to the North Marysburg ward location. So if we're good with that, then we would do the consultation. and then we will move forward. If you want it to come back to council, then that's a different motion. But just to be clear, we should only be parking if you want to make a motion, and the clerk and I will help you, but it would be a motion to remove something from the budget or change the amount.
Okay. Councilor Engelsdorfer.
Yeah, thanks. Richard, just a quick question. How big is the pad?
The pad is 52 by 90.
Okay, so it's a fair size.
Yes.
And then, yeah, I hate to get in the way of enthusiastic rec committees because, you know, they're hard to come by nowadays. So,
Yeah.
But just another question. I mean, we offer public skating at other facilities. Just, you know, is there a
Free
is
of
there,
charge.
Yeah, free of charge. Is there? Are you seeing, you know, good attendance at that? And because when I go, it seems that there's 8 people on the ice, 10 people on the ice. So I just, you know, is there really the need, and is it a nice to have that, you know, people think they're going to use, but ultimately maybe won't use? So.
Yep. Through the mayor, yeah, there is a fluctuation in the skating times within the community centers. Sometimes we do have high volume use. We're surprised. Then it tapers off. Again, I think it has a lot to do with what's available to the community members, and they might be migrating to do some other activity. When it becomes really inclement, you will see that everyone wants to be inside, and that's when our numbers will be really the true reflection of the use of the community ice inside the facilities. The outdoor rinks, there was many times last year that we went out to Demarest-ville in particular to do the ice maintenance, and we had to shoo people off the ice, or we then just took our work plan, shifted it, and came back because of the volume of use being there. The other outdoor rinks, Consicon, Rossmore, we went there early in the morning, so we didn't really get a true number as to how many people were using it. And then, of course, weather was a bit of a challenge last year as well. So I don't know if the numbers would truly reflect the actual use. But if we went into a typical winter that we used to have, I would think that we'd have a large community use.
Recreation.
Than just an outdoor rink. It's more of a recreation, you know, come together use than just a rink.
Okay.
Right, and through the mayor to Council Engelsdorfer, just to expand on what Richard has spoken about, this particular outdoor structure, although we're really focused on rink, it really is an outdoor location. You do quite often tend to require a bit of a boundary when there's the use of balls and pucks and a variety of things. This is to repurpose an underutilized ball diamond. And this idea came actually from the Recreation Committee. Councillor Pennell, your point is certainly well taken. We have earmarked the $80,000 for what was the most popular recommended, particularly when we did the public consultation for Parks and Recreation Master Plan in the North Marysburg Town Hall. However, all of the projects indicate further consultation because with the money being secured by council, we will then go back to them and say, this is what you spoke about before is what the real need was. Let's really explore this before we move forward.
Councillor Pennell, and then we're moving on.
As the projects come up, could we not earmark that percentage because we're saying this money's got to be spent? Could we not earmark that for the particular parks and decide a little bit farther into the new year exactly what is the best project that council feels it should be? And that would be a simple way.
I think the director explained that, but is there anything more?
Through the mayor, Councillor Pennell, you've put the words obviously a little more clear into play that that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yep. Okay. So let's carry on.
Okay, let's move along. Another one.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Through the mayor, this is almost a duplication of what we're proposing for the north. We're just putting it on the other end of the municipality. That community has expressed interest that the park itself is a little bit underutilized and for lack of words, we don't have a lot to offer in that space. With the removal of the tennis court, Used to be a lot of ball hockey there. You could always find a frozen pond to skate on. But with that removal and the lack of use when it comes to the ball diamonds as well as the soccer pitch, geographically, again, it's a large park. The community has expressed interest through youth initiatives that they would really like to have a park or an outdoor rink, a space that's similar to what Rossmore had, but maybe a little more permanent. And again, with the challenges we're having with the outdoor rinks that we put in last year, that's why we proposed basically the same footprint that we're trying to put into, or asking to put into North Marysburg.
Okay. I think we've heard a lot of comments about the previous outdoor rink.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think either of these groups, either of the groups and the rinks should certainly be apprised of the, the comments of the council, particularly, the comments about climate change and how those are going to affect. So we'll see if there are just fewer and shorter questions. Councillor Maynard, then Councillor Nyman, then Councillor Pennell.
Yeah, I certainly support something at Westfall, and we'll leave the money there, and with the further consultation with the rec committee. Yep. I really do like the idea of having, we'll call them all-season
all-season outdoor pads.
Because, I mean, we see in the other facilities where they're trying to cobble together in the summer. They still are playing ball hockey. I mean, we have a cement or a asphalt pad in both Consacon and at Rossmore, right? So I think if we can kind of take this model of having a year-round structure in those parks, and maybe, yeah. Okay. So I would like to make sure that we get that consultation and some further feedback on this project and whether it's all used in that location or not. That would be great.
That's why it's there. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I fully support the outdoor rinks, but in both cases here, I've heard something that's a little concerning. First of all, it was removal of the ball diamond, it's underused, and this one, it's removal of the tennis courts. So now that creates $80,000 for the cement, but what about the removal of all the stuff that we're removing? How does that play into this?
Yep.
Didn't I hear that those had already been removed?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Nyman. The North Marysburg, it's just an underutilized baseball diamond. It doesn't necessarily have to go on there. We weren't thinking about necessarily removing it. We're just kind of repurposing it for that base. But again, it's a large park. We could put it anywhere. And as for the Westfall Carrying Place location, that tennis court had been removed several years ago. So it's already been removed.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Pennell?
I'm certain that if you're looking for people who really want that, I think you'd get an overwhelming from Quinte West, which is the most people that is close to it. It's not Amelisburg or Prince Edward County, but I'm certain they would be happy.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Director. Okay. Yeah, all right. We'll take a lunch break. The lunch has already arrived over at the town hall, so we'll take a 1-hour break and then reconvene. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order, please. For those watching from home, we have just had a lunch break and we're back in Shire Hall. Madam Director of Finance and Information Technology, where are we now?
With your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, it'll just be a moment. We'll get the presentation back up. We're starting off at Mariners Museum Park Playground Equipment.
On page?
On page 191 of your agenda packages.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and let's remember, everybody, we're talking about the budget here, not the status of the project. So we've got Lisa, who's going to be talking to us about this one. Okay?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just to talk about the Mariners Museum Park Playground Equipment, this is also a project that would be funded from the Parkland Reserve. Funds have been earmarked in this area to consider aligning something in Mariners Museum. However, this is quite preliminary, and this entire project would be finalized through consultation, as the detail sheet indicates, with the South Marysburg Board of Management and Recreation Committee.
Okay, thanks. Madam Clerk, can you move that scan bar from the bottom of the menu bar, please? Yeah, okay, questions about this? Is similar process as all the other projects, okay? Questions? No? Okay, thank you. Picnic shelter. Richard, welcome back.
Yep, thank you. So this project is just it's also funded through the Parkland Reserve. With the increased volume, again, in that particular park, along with community gardens, all the mature trees are to one side of the property, very little shade value. So similar to the London Avenue project, we thought we could incorporate that and give the community and, again, visitors alike, a good shaded structure to have picnics or markets or whatever.
Okay. Questions about this? Councillor Pennell?
This is a question for staff. When we look in a very small, dinky park, I got one concern.
Budget.
Are we?
Not the project, Councillor Pennell.
Pardon?
Please. If we could just talk about the effect on the budget here.
I would say, once again, we're gonna come back and it's just how you spend the money. We haven't got any choice. We gotta spend money. So let's just leave it at the same.
Madam Director.
Through your worship to Councillor Pennell, this would be a very same situation as all the other parkland reserves. We have identified through consultation there is a shade concern in that park. However, nothing would move forward without consultation, and certainly maximizing the space and making sure we aren't taking up space that is otherwise needed to be used by something else will be a part of the whole consultation.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. And very well used park by the community. I just, when it comes to the consultation, and speaking with Councillor Brainy, just that park and the recreation events has long been, or was that amalgamation divvied up so that it falls under the purview of the Ameliasburg Recreation Committee, as we had a Consicon, a vibrant and still vibrant basin in Consicon, but we had to decide which way to go because we couldn't be in two recreation committees. So I spoke to, and Yeah, so I think the recreation committee and the local residents, I mean, all the events are hosted by the rec committee currently. And I would suggest that when we do the consultation, that pad that exists in Consicon, that is in reasonable proximity to the band shelter, might be a good location.
Okay. Councillor Brainy?
I would just reiterate, Councillor Main is correct. But I would like to say that the Hillier Rec Committee did give full endorsement for the enhancement.
Okay. Okay. Madam Director, Benson Park Playground replacement, okay. Lisa?
Okay,
This came
so
up yesterday.
That's on page 161 of your agenda packages.
Okay, so I'll just give a summary here on these two parks. I'll do Benson Park and then Argyle. So for the investment that we are requesting, the $400,000 that you see for Benson Park, $300,000 of that would only move forward if donation or grants were received. Actually, I'm currently in conversations with the local business that is extremely excited about there being a revitalization and a safer plan for Benson Park. Certainly I'm hearing council loud and clear that they want there to be additional engagement on how that park is revitalized and changed. But whether it is the moving of the park or we are going to continue to move to the naturalization, either way, the additional $100,000 that was invested in playground replacement will not be adequate, particularly moving towards natural and actually moving the park as well. They will both have additional costs incurred to that, but the $300,000 is because it'll end up being a municipal asset, and that's what the value would be, but that'll be solely funded from donations or grants. So happy to answer if there's any questions about that project in particular.
Okay. Councillor Brandahorst.
If there is, or when there is no other questions, I'd like to parking lot this.
Questions? Councillor Pennell?
Yeah, my question is, 100,000, is that eligible under Parkland Fund? And why wouldn't it be? If it's new?
Lisa? Or
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pennell, the Parkland funds are restricted to creating new parks, new green space, or to add equipment where equipment does not exist. So it's only for new, it's not for replacement.
Okay. Okay, that's done. Okay.
Okay,
Let's move
so the next park is actually Argyle Park that we'd like to speak about. Argyle, oh, pardon me, sorry.
Page 167 of your agenda packages.
167 of the agenda package. So this has been, this is one of those parks where we have an actually eager community group, eager resident group that is also have been engaging with service clubs regarding this space. It's a mature subdivision that has had one swing set on about a 15,000 square foot park area. And what has happened is the growth around them with Jasper Avenue and the other areas, that has become a very populated place, and there is a significant outcry for there to be playground installations there. And what's interesting about this, with this particular community group, is they've asked the county to engage installing a playground structure, and then they will work with the county and with a service club to enhance the park in a larger area by creating a community engagement space that could potentially include a shade structure with picnicking, picnic areas, and potentially community gardens and a variety of things. So this is, I believe, an opportunity to really revitalize the whole space with just the investment of the playground equipment, and they will do the rest.
Councilor McNaughton?
Thank you. I'm just wondering where the requests are coming from. Is it from Argyle itself, which is a very small road, or is it from the neighboring, or is it from the sort of neighboring area that adjoins it, or is across the Millennium, or across Talbot?
Through your worship to Councillor McNaughton, it is appearing to be coming from a larger catchment area. It's certainly not just the neighborhood. When we did public consultation, there were young families from Jasper that were there, but there were also other families that I don't believe were from Jasper, and I think they were from the area more in the north, where they're coming because it's a really nice little area, and they come and they play there. So I think it's kind of hitting three communities, but that the catchment area has grown, and it's just a prime location for there to be a really pleasant neighborhood park that currently just has a swing set.
Thank you.
Councilor St. Jean?
Thank you, Your Worship. My apologies for not asking you this offline, but Lisa, is it possible that to utilize Parkland Reserve funds for this, because it is new, not it's for stuff
Your
that's never
worship,
been
that
there.
is the funding source identified for this project to Councillor St. Jean.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Lisa.
My apologies. It is currently identified as capital sustainability, but we can take that back and look to see if there's any residual funds to pull from Parkland.
Thank you. That's kind of what I was saying. That's why I apologize for not asking ahead of time, because it's a very simple question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Thanks.
I'm just going to see what the next slide is. I'm not sure if it's me or not.
Oh, okay.
It is.
Oh, there we are, okay.
There.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're at page 155 of the agenda package.
We're going to let the supervisor speak to these items.
Okay. In regards to the
Hang on one sec, Richard.
Sure.
Just, we got to leaf through here. Page 155, okay. Got it. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
All right. In regards to the proposed replacement of the stage at the Wellington District Community Center, that stage is currently 13 years old, and it has been used for both indoor and outdoor use in the past. And it's gone beyond its life cycle where it's safe to actually use. Staff are being very creative when they're putting it up and taking it down to make sure that there is reduced risk and no liability, but it's becoming problematic, and it needs to be changed. It has a high volume of use, and with the increased usage in the Wellington Community Hall, everybody wants to use the stage for whatever reason. So I think it's justified that it's time to replace it.
And that's a modular stage, right?
Yes, it is.
Comes in sections.
Yes, yep.
Can pieces of it be replaced as opposed to the whole thing?
At this point, the deterioration, no, not really. I mean, the investment in fixing it would probably outweigh the value of the stage itself.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
It's really deteriorated. All the clasps and the hardware are in very poor shape.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Pennell? Councillor Nyman?
I'm just wondering, is there not a budget already during the year if we have a project, and that sounds like obviously a safety concern, that it wouldn't just be done rather than have to come to budget? If it's a safety issue, let's just do it.
Amanda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pennell, I would agree with you if we had robust reserve balances where we could pivot. and be able to undertake those changes throughout the year. I would agree with you, with possibly my colleagues. However, our reserve balances are so low that we don't have the ability to pivot, and that is one of my concerns with the debt and our ability to pivot in the event of an emergency.
Yeah, and I think that's true with probably a number of items that we're looking at. So,
Several throughout the budget.
Okay, Councilor
Several
Nyman.
reserves are very low.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Richard, I thought I heard you say it's used inside and outside. A couple questions. What's the percentage to be used outside? And is it meant to be outside or inside? And then further to that would be, should we just be getting, purchasing one for outside instead of using it in both areas?
Get that?
So I'd like to tackle this one because this has certainly been one of those challenging pieces of equipment. It's identified to be used in the Highline Hall, which when that stage is being used is for a high caliber event. Because of the previous stage when the facility was built that the Wellington Rec Committee participated in, there was a lot of push for that to be used on Main Street, Wellington. And back in those days, volunteers were putting it together. So some replacement was done on that, but what we have stopped doing and what we have learned is that we cannot let volunteers or the public put this stage together, because what we don't have is any leveling. The bars are bent, components are broke, the stage steps have been messed up. We are hoping that with the replacement of this stage for Wellington, particularly with the in-kind structure with the fees and charges bylaw, already we're starting to showcase more of the school concerts, and there's a lot more stage activity happening, that stage would remain inside, so its lifespan would expand, and we are hoping to possibly cobble some of the little 4x8s to try to enable there to be something that would be dedicatedly used on the outside. But it is, Richard's just being safe because there's not much that's level to know if we're going to be able to do that, but we certainly are going to make every attempt.
Okay, Councilor Brinson. Now, Councilor Prince.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondering, and should we, and I know it's not technically a budget question, but it is because it's got to cover, but should we, like under our fees and bylaws, look at our increasing on, if we're replacing this stuff, it shouldn't be a budget issue, it should be almost, I realize there is some in kind, but it should almost be self-sufficient somehow.
Through your worship to Councillor Prinzen, there is a rental stage cost, and I would say if we were to total up all that revenue that comes in over the period of time, it would likely come close to offsetting it, except for the in-kind usage. The in-kind usage is full use in kind, but there is currently a stage rate, and we could look at exploring if that rate should be different. Won't deny it's a hard sell when everybody wants to use the stage and they find out it's an additional cost.
Okay, let's proceed.
The next item for the Prince Edward Community Center canteen equipment replacement. Last year we replaced almost everything in the canteen as it was aged equipment from pre-amalgamation to 2008 with a few different things that had been changed out. During this most recent year's inspection of the hood suppression, it was identified that our hood and our suppression system was close to time to replace it. So we did a cost estimate and we came up with that dollar amount, hoping that we can replace that, and then that whole canteen in the Prince Edward Community Center would be compliant.
Okay. All right, so this too is a safety portion, okay.
Correct.
Questions? Don't see any. Okay, thank you. Okay, Millennium Trail traffic data collection.
Mr. Mayor, we're starting on page 171 of the agenda package.
Okay, just give us a sec there, Albert. Okay. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This page depicts, well, the first project that's depicted on this page is the Millennium Trail traffic data collection equipment. This harkens back to the discussion about the Millennium Trail earlier this year in May. There was a direction provided from council to conduct data collection on the trail to understand how it's being used, who's using it, including things like speed and vehicle types. Now, we have come back with a plan to evaluate that. The issue here is that traditional methods have a hard time tracking all the metrics that we're looking to track. You know, and just to bring this full circle, this data will then support future updates to that bylaw to bring it more current. So we're proposing these cameras that use the AI technology to evaluate the data they collect. They are able to use preset constellations and distinguish between different vehicle types and even down to pedestrians. So we'll tell you how many pedestrians, what direction they're traveling, the speed of all vehicles using the trail, and we'll provide a very robust data set so we can really understand how it's being used. We plan to purchase 4 of these cameras. The cameras will be spread out across the trail at different points in time in the year, 5 different events. And the idea will be to get a representative data set from all different areas, as well as all different time frames. So peak use and non-peak use. One added benefit to this equipment is that it can be implemented and used in other departments. It's very robust, has a very good ability to track pedestrians and all vehicle types. So it has applications in traffic situations, as well as parks and any other studies that we're looking to determine how things are being used.
Councillors Nyman, Hirsch, and McNaughton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to park this in the parking lot, please.
Necessary for your questions, or wait? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, Albert, you just confirmed that if their use on the Millennium Trail came to an end or wasn't needed for a particular year, for instance, they could be redeployed on roads elsewhere in the county to do traffic counting and deal with some of the complaints we get about issues like that. So I think it'd be good from that perspective, but I guess it's parked, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, is your question, or do you want to wait?
No, I'd like to.
Okay, let's go.
What's the life cycle of this type of equipment generally? Do you know, like, how many years will we be looking at service based on this expenditure?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a good question. They don't provide ratings with the equipment. They don't tell us what the ratings are for that, but certainly when we bring it back from the parking lot, I can inquire with them and bring that data back.
Thank you.
Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. Really briefly, are these similar to the Black Cat radars that we purchased for the roadways, that can tell the size of vehicles and the direction and that sort of thing? Like, could they be used interchangeably?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not certain how similar they are, but I can say that these units collect video of the area, and they use AI to determine the usage. I don't believe the Black Cats can determine pedestrian usage or smaller vehicle usage. I could be wrong on that, but I don't believe they do. Just an added feature to this, the data, the video that is being collected can be deleted as soon as we have obtained the data that we're looking for.
Hey, Councillor Harrison.
Yes, the boom mower for trackless machine.
No, we're talking about the Millennium Trail traffic light, traffic data
This
collection.
may be going to be used on that. Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, let's move on, Albert, to the boom mower. And I know Councillor Harrison at some point will have a question.
Page 172 of your agenda packages.
I'm sorry, which page? 172? Okay. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Council. So the next 4 items on this list are new asks, and they would provide service enhancements. So No obligation. I'm not here to sell these to you, but these are enhancements, and there's reasons why we're bringing them forward. So there's some great pictures in the agenda package of the two first items there. These are attachments for our new trackless sidewalk plow that we should receive here soon. That device or that machine is very compact and agile and quite maneuverable. And so we see that there's benefit for that machine outside of the winter. And as other municipalities do, there's many different types of implements that can be purchased for it. So the first one here is a boom mower. So again, there's great photos in your package of this machine working. It's an arm mount, articulating arm mount flail mower. And when coupled with the fact that the machine is so versatile and compact, we can use this to get in and around guide rails, bridge approaches, other tight spaces where it's difficult to get our full-size tractor-based sort of annual rentals that we use along the roadsides. So we think this machine is extremely useful, not only along guide rails, as I said, or other tight spaces, around intersections along the Millennium Trail. We can even potentially use this to start tackling some of our invasives problem as well. So. Again, we see it as very versatile, but it coming into the fleet would be an enhancement to the level of service that we're currently providing.
Okay. So we've basically got one machine and then adding the mower portion to it for 17 grand.
Correct.
Okay. Questions, Councillor Panel? Then Councillor Nyman.
I would ask the question, is this basically a want to move along, or is it absolutely need? Because, man, it's costing enough and we're having a hard time to get grass cut along the road when we're doing it. To me, it just looks like another way of throwing money out the window because of the size of the machine and its ability. It can't move along a road or anything like, would be great for Millennium Trail, but what about, is it useful for a lot of our road maintenance?
Through your worship, of course, yeah. Lots of municipalities use these all over the place. So
I've never saw one going.
Well,
that's why.
Yeah, I have. Okay, Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know if I can, you want it one at a time, or I can just ask for all four of those to be parked in the parking lot.
Well, I'd like to hear the explanation about the asphalt box.
Okay,
So let's just deal with the issue at hand here, which is the boom mower.
Okay, so I'll park that one, and then when the time comes, I'll park the rest of them.
Okay. Just let me go, Councillor Harrison. Sorry I shortchanged you.
Not a problem. What I was going to ask, some of it's been answered.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Councillor Maynard?
Thank you. Well, I have seen one of these in another municipality. I think that they could be very useful in our roadside mowing, because now you've got a mower, right? And if you have a steep ditch, the mower is in no way even going to get anywhere close to this. So I'm assuming that this thing could not only mow in the ditch, but you could do some brushing in those steep ditches that we have, correct?
Correct.
Well, let's hold it. This has gone into the
To me,
parking lot.
This is a definite yes.
Okay, let's talk about the asphalt box, which we've heard a lot of good things about.
Mayor Ferguson, there's the other one, the front mower, but along the same vein, that is a compact mower that it mounts right to the front of this machine. And so it is more versatile than the other methods we have to do roadside mowing. So again, another tool in the toolbox to get out there and start tackling some of the brush and grass issues we have in the county.
So the asphalt box is, sorry.
It's okay, and you're pretty excited about the hot asphalt box. I can see the excitement. So if you have an extra shovel, I think. Anyways, I know you're still talking to, and I know Councillor Nyman wants to park it, and I have no issue with that, because my question to you, Adam, was I like the boom mower probably better than the front mower. And how much, if it's doing one job, how often are we going to unhook one implement and put on the other one? And, you know, because you only have one motor to run two attachments, and I know I have a lot of attachments and not enough tractors, so I just wondered, I guess my question to you is, if you could have your pick, and I know there's a different value, what's your pick?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, Councillor Prinzent, thank you for asking that question. We have mowers already. We rent mowers for roadside, and we have a smaller finished mower that we can attach behind our little Kubota sidewalk tractors. So if I had my way, resoundingly, it would be the boom mower. Right, we have guide rails that are, we've got vegetation growing up around all of our guide rails, bridge abutments. We still have a major issue with brushing that we need to resolve, and this would help to get ahead of that a little bit better.
Okay. Councillor Harrison.
I'm going to ask a very taboo question in the sense, are there any new materials, so to speak, coming on the market that are environmentally friendly that one could go back to a spray program?
Well, that is a taboo question, so let's move on.
Your Worship, well,
let's stick to the budget.
We can take that away and perhaps roll that into a conversation about better invasives management that we're planning to have in this week.
Okay.
But a full spraying program, I can't imagine us starting up again. But thank you, Your Worship. So the next item is the one we've all been waiting for, the one we're all here today to talk about.
I'm very excited.
Now, it's still called a hot box. So Council chose to invest a couple of years ago in a hot box, a machine that we had not had. And we see that it tends to live its life on County Road 49. But we also see that we've got other road condition issues elsewhere in the county that could certainly benefit from hot asphalt, and specifically in some of the colder months to patch potholes. So what we're asking for here, and again, this is an enhancement to the service, and this is coming from all of the feedback we receive on an annual basis. This is, as we talked about during our fleet report back in October, and these items were in there, as you'll recall. We're rethinking pothole patching through a bunch of these different asks in this capital budget. So what this one is a larger unit than the trailer we're using now. And there are photos of it in your package. This would mount on an existing hydraulic hook lift system that's on one of our larger trucks. So in the wintertime, one of the issues we have with pothole patching, especially in the winter months, is that the larger trucks that we use, the 2 and 3 ton that we use for pothole patching in the good weather, are converted over to plow and sander box. So it's not something we can convert back in a hurry to be ready to patch potholes. So this machine, owing to that hook lift, can take that truck that is currently deployed in the winter with a sander box and a plow. That hook lift can be removed, so the sander box can be removed, and this hot box can be lifted on in a matter of minutes. And that would allow us to deploy out in those conditions where we have, freeze thaw, and we're seeing a lot of that more in the winter months where we're still having quite a bit of damage to vehicles. We're still having a lot of claims come in from vehicles. So this is our solution or a recommendation that we could use and augment our patching program all seasons, but specifically, as I said, in the wintertime.
Okay. Presumably, this is more cost-effective than the current patching system we use of a couple of staff members and pickup truck with a bunch of asphalt that can do, I don't know how much, depends on the road, I suppose, but this would be much more effective than that.
True. I think the benefit, Your Worship, is the hot asphalt component. So we came to you this year with a tender for asphalt, or cold patch products, and we asked for 2 different mixes, one for the use in the summer, one for use in the winter. And so we are looking at all these things. We're kind of doubling down. But to answer your question, further on in the budget package, today here we'll be talking about our other strategy for the other patching, the regular cold patching.
Yeah. Okay. Because I've talked to a couple of staff members that have been using the asphalt box, and they think it's terrific. One of them described it as a game changer. That's why I've been so excited about it. Councillor Pennell.
Surrounding municipalities that have went to the hot boxes, I think they've worked relatively well. But having said that, they're using theirs year round, where we tend to come summertime, we're doing construction and that, nobody's patching, so do we need something that we can use it in the summer or the year round? Because it makes no sense to me. And unfortunately, I saw the hot box for the first time today driving here, and they were driving along the road coming out. That's the first time I saw it. It's never saw any of the county. I really don't know. It may work excellent on 49 because it's not like a patch hole that's there. So I'm wondering, have we tried it on enough rural roads to say, yeah, that works perfect?
Adam or Jeff?
Or if so,
Jeff.
where it's been used?
For you, Mr.
It's
Mayor,
viable for all road surfaces.
Councillor, we've used it on County Road 4, Fry Road, Bethel, Bethesda. We've been all over the place, and I have information that I can bring forward to show where that truck's been and the amount of time they've been there. A lot of times it is out on 49 because it sticks a lot better, and it's such a high traffic volume and so many issues there. So a lot of its life has been on 49 highway, but it's been everywhere.
Okay.
One quick follow-up.
And all year round. That thing hasn't stopped. It's gone all summer long.
Okay.
Has it been in Ameliasburg?
Yes, it has, sir.
Oh.
Okay. Councillor Princeton.
I think it was the unit that went by with behind the pickup truck. Is that the trailer unit that we have now? Is that correct? Like I think I walked out. I don't know whether it was yesterday afternoon or at lunchtime. It's on a trailer unit right now.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, with this one being on a big truck, I understand it's bigger and stuff, but are we more limited on when we can use it? Like the other one, we can tow behind any pickup truck per se. I wonder, because now we have to designate a truck if we want to use it year round, where the other one we just hook up. Like if you want to use my truck on an afternoon, go ahead. Like I'm just wondering whether the other ones might be more convenient.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Prinzen, in my belief, the better way to go would be bigger, more production. This truck, the hook lift that we have now, it really is used for sanding and that, so it doesn't really get, other than sanding and plowing with it, it's free all the time that we couldn't put it out there patching.
Okay. Councillor Harrison, we gotta move on.
It's already on. I just wanted to make a comment. I drive 49 fairly frequently, and I thought that since you've been using that it was doing a much better job than what you were getting before with the cold patch.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on.
The last item on the list, again, this is another enhancement, and this is owing to the large amount of feedback we receive in the spring from residents of roads that may not be curbed, may not be subject to our street sweeping program. But again, this is something we're bringing forward. Page 180 in your package. There are photos of this as well in your package. This is essentially a large broom that would mount to the front of a dump truck. And because currently we have a stationary broom, and I think we have a hydraulic broom that fits onto a bobcat or a skid steer, and that needs to be trailered around if we're to use it. So our regular program of sweeping intersections and bridge decks and these sorts of things could be made a lot more efficient by having a single machine that can sweep. The benefit of using a larger truck with this is that we can put a water tank. We have water tanks. We can place them in the back and get that down before we sweep to keep the dust down and these sorts of things. So it is an enhancement. It's based on what we've heard through the year of residents that aren't seeing what they expect in terms of sweeping.
Adam, how readily available is this utensil? Is it, I mean, we've got the lead time of months and years for big equipment. How available is this attachment?
I would imagine that it's pretty much off the shelf, but maybe you and I both call. We'll get it really quick.
I'm not gonna call, you call.
But it's only like a couple months or so.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
okay, so it's readily available and
We
could
think
be
so,
implemented.
yes.
Okay, immediately. Councilor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, a couple questions. I want to make sure that I understand fully where you're using it. So, I thought I heard you say, Adam, it'll be sweeping the sides of the roads, is what I heard. And then, so where is it being used? Yeah, so where is it being used, I guess would be the first question.
Through you, Your Worship, we would use it, a good example of where we could use it is Rendersville Road, right, in the spring to sweep the shoulders. Other county roads, 12?
Yeah, pretty, County Road 11, 10, 12, and then all the intersections we hit throughout the, in the spring, we go out and sweep every intersection throughout the county.
Okay, thank you. So just to follow up on that,
Yeah.
would be, I guess for me, I don't understand why we're sweeping the sides of the roads. The intersections I can see, but I guess the question is, where do we live? It's in a rural community. We're not in the city. We shouldn't be sweeping the sides of the roads in the rural areas. It is for the urban areas that we have the sweeper for, and the intersections, because you want them to be safe. But the sides of the roads in the rural areas, it's just, you've got to be aware of your surroundings if you're driving, walking, riding a bike, or whatever. So to me, this is a nice to have. It's not a necessity. And the other question would be, are we sweeping all the dirt, the stones, everything into the ditch? Or where are we putting it to?
For you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nyman, yes, it will be swept off the edge of the road into the shoulder of the road ditchway, yes.
Okay.
Which raises one other question, if I could just follow
You'll
up.
wait, Councilor Maynard?
Mr. Mayor, well, I am in support of this, and when you talk about rural roads, there's different classifications of rural roads. So when we talk about County Road 3, that has that multi-use lane, right? That's actually a really good use of it, and it's not just rural roads, because in our built-up areas, in our hamlets, in our villages that may not be designated urban, if there's no curb and gutter, then there's nothing. So this would be great for places like Consacon, Northport, from that deputation that we had yesterday, right? Like that, those areas that were historically swept, and then we didn't have the capabilities to do it, and this is the machine to do it. So I fully in support.
There was someone else, Councilor St. Jean.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So I get the use of it, and I think it does make more sense to have this. It'll be much more useful than the little one that has to be carried from job to job to job. As to the, and I'm trying to understand the use of it, but I gather in order to get to an intersection on County Road 3, you have to drive down County Road 3. So why not have it in operation to go do the intersection, right? Okay. That's my question, however, has to do with replacement costs. Any idea of the life expectancy of these brushes and potential replacement costs?
Through you to the council, the life expectancy would be dependent on the maintenance thing. Obviously, your brooms, you'll go through a couple different sets of brooms a year, just like you do in a street sweeper and stuff like that. But with proper maintenance and that, I could see about 10 to 15 years, probably easy.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Harrison.
This would be, I would hope if it's approved, able to be used in places, subdivisions like Premier's Cove, Hughes subdivision, places like this that aren't urban, but the driveways are close together, and that's where I get most of my complaints. So
that's where. Okay. And what to remind that the date of the arrival of the other sweeper? Was it?
Your Worship, I'm told that it's April.
April,
of 2024.
Okay. All right, thanks. Okay, Amanda? MCAO?
I just want to clarify that Councillor Nyman has parked all four. Just wondered if they changed your mind, that's all.
No, we'll do that when we talk later on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll be starting at page 184 in our in the agenda package. And for these next few projects, it is, pages are sequentially, so 184, 185, straight through to page 190.
Okay. Okay, Chief?
For you, Mr. Mayor. Today I brought Deputy Chief Kramer with me. He's our in-house operations guy, so he'll be speaking to the items here before us this afternoon.
Okay, Deputy Chief?
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
Council. The items we bring before you this year, the asks are to maintain existing service levels, not only for the protection of the public, but also our firefighters themselves. This will not only maintain the service levels, but enhance our ability to perform our operations on a regular basis. So before you is the first project is the SBA air cylinders. So these are the cylinders on the air packs that contain the breathing air that we use when we're in the hazardous environments. The additional cylinders we're seeking are to enhance service delivery in the sense that we have a small quantity of spare cylinders. So if you can imagine, as we're on a fire scene, when we exhaust the air cylinder, we don't have any spares to immediately bring to the fire scene other than what's on the rescue van. So once those cylinders are depleted, we have to return them to the nearest closest filling station. In this case, there's 2 filling stations. This will speed up the process to ensure that firefighters have the necessary breathing air they need to continue doing their job, but also will support the times where we send our cylinders out for hydrostatic testing. So our cylinders have to be annually inspected on a regular basis and tested by a third party because they are a compressed air cylinder. So when those cylinders are sent out, we're taking cylinders out of service, and therefore we don't have those cylinders available to support the fire scene.
Okay. Councilor McNaughton?
Thank you. Regarding all of these items, are they all, is this sort of the standard annual look that we'll be having according to your equipment asset management plan?
I would say about half the items on here are regular purchases, so the personal protective equipment. That is your firefighter ensemble from helmet, boots, gloves, the coat and pants that the firefighters wear. That PPE has a 10-year life cycle, and that's in accordance with our NFPA standards. We have to replace that gear, so when it reaches end of life or it's damaged and can't be repaired, it has to be repaired and replaced. The drying equipment, this is to ensure that the equipment, as it's washed in support of our cancer prevention program, when we wash the gear, we want to dry it as soon as possible, get that back into service because we don't have spare equipment to hand to the firefighter while it's being washed. So a lot of these items, they maintain our service levels, like the radio communication system going in. As you can imagine, the radio towers are elevated device, much like a TV antenna. Gets struck by lightning several times a year. We receive damage to many of our components, and we have to replace that equipment on an ongoing basis. Scene lighting, this is to replace equipment that's no longer repairable. So we've had 3 units that have been removed from service this year, and now we have to replace them because we cannot repair them. So the scene lighting is what we use when we're, if you can imagine, we're on a fire scene and there's a structure fire, any hazard, we have to disconnect the hydro. So we lose our lighting at night. We put these lights in place to light up the area so the workers can see what they're doing and investigate the scene and complete their operations. Fire appliances and hoses, again, as components are worn, we test the manual in accordance with our NFPA standards and remove the equipment from service as needed and replace it when we can't repair it. Drafting equipment. This is how we shuttle our water for tanker shuttle accreditation. So in many of the urban areas where we're not serviced by hydrants, we have to be able to draw water from our static sources like lakes, rivers, ponds, dry hydrants. The drafting equipment enables us to move as much water as possible onto our tankers and supply that water to the fire scene where it's needed.
Oh, there's the number, okay. Okay. Got a question about the personal protective equipment. Didn't we, in previous budgets, go through a systematic replacement of some of this equipment?
In This is an annual ask. Again,
Yeah.
what happens is when the equipment reaches end of life, we have to replace it. We cannot continue to allow a firefighter to use that in structural interior operations.
Right.
And also, if you'll recall, in a previous session of budget, we removed several sets of bunker gear because of the issue surrounding PFAS. So it's a chemical that is in everything, whether it's waterproofing tents, bunker gear, your cooking wear, carpets, it repels. So we removed a bunch of gear because of that issue, and it's depleted our spare inventory.
Okay, and what's a likely lifespan of?
8 to 10 years. So what we
Okay.
try to do is replace it at the 8-year mark.
Yeah.
We put the last 2 years into we would like to put it into our spare inventory, so that as firefighter gear is being washed, we can hand them something and say, okay, you're back in service right away, as opposed to.
Yeah, okay. It's difficult to argue about anything dealing with the safety of our members of the fire department. Councilor Panel?
When it comes to safety equipment, I want our people to have the best. I've given some thought, and I visited down the fire hall, the drafting equipment. I certainly appreciate what you're getting at, but would that equipment fit on the older trucks as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. The whole purpose here is to bring our apparatus into an alignment with rural water supply and rural firefighting, and that's exactly what this equipment does, and it's interchangeable for all of our apparatus.
Okay.
And one follow-up question. In Amelisburg, for instance, we've got fire hydrants, and the fire department can't use them. I don't know whether there's even possibility of getting water on them. But could we not put your drop tank down, get as much as possible out of the fire hydrant, and use that? I'm thinking like the fire they had where we lost 2 houses in Amelisburg because there's no water available. Would it be possible to use those in that way as well?
So through the mayor to Councillor Pennell, the whole purpose of the equipment that we're looking to purchase is to actually enable us to do exactly what you're saying. So I have personally taken one of our apparatus and pumped out of Lake Joe down behind the water shelter at the end of the trail. And this equipment will improve our efficiency and get us to that additional water supply. So that's exactly what we're trying to achieve.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief, Deputy Chief. These are the funding sources, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct. That is correct. These are the funding sources. If council has any questions on how they've been financed, I'm happy to take them.
And through the chair, I would just reiterate that you've parked 6 in this category. The Benson Park Playground, the Millennium Traffic Data Collection Tool, the boom mower, the front mower, the asphalt box, the truck boom. So that's another 6 in the parking lot, unless there's anything else.
So
anyone-
what's the approximate approximately how many items have we got in the parking lot, 15 or 20?
No more parking spaces.
Okay.
You have 10 in the parking lot from the new 24 asks and 2 in the parking lot from the continuing projects.
Okay. Amanda? Let's move on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that brings us to fleet.
Tractors, okay. What page?
We're commencing on page 195 of the agenda packages.
Got it, thanks. Okay, so we'll start 195 and welcome back. Tanya.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we have to pivot here. There's a different page. My apologies. Page 196 is where we're starting.
Okay, fleet services, 10-unit toys. Okay.
All right, so we're starting off with the tandem axle truck with winter implements. So this is one of our standard replacements that is scheduled for a 2011 truck that is currently 13 years of age and will be 14 or 15 years at delivery, because again, we are still looking at the 18-month delivery timeline. And it was assessed to qualify replacement through the condition analysis with the new fleet policy.
Okay. So one tandem axle truck. Okay, let's go on.
So the next one, oh, sorry.
Madam
That will move us to page 205 of the agenda package for the
Grader,
grader, yeah.
205.
So this is a project that was deferred from the 2023 budget. It is a replacement for a 2005 grader, which is currently 19 years old, and it is our smallest grader in the fleet. It was identified as qualifying for replacement through the condition analysis with the new fleet policy. It is heavily utilized during our summer road maintenance activities, which include shouldering and loose top surface maintenance. There has been some routine maintenance that occurred in 2023 of regular wear parts, along with minor repairs to the unit after the decision to defer the replacement, such as the windshield and window repairs, a clutch booster, and exhaust repairs. It will require a new mold board, which is approximately $30,000, which is currently ordered with no delivery date. One of the issues with a grader this old is getting parts for these units. And they're becoming low and some parts are obsolete. And if this is deferred past 2024, it is expected to require a engine rebuild at $60,000 minimum to continue its life in service.
So that's the cost to the unit we've got now. What is that in the aggregate? The total dollar amount, talking about these repairs and everything else. Motor rebuild for 60 minimum, plus windshield, plus.
So the windshield.
Total amount of all that stuff.
Through your worship, the windshield and other minor repairs were already done this year. Okay. I don't have those costs here with me, but we could get those. The repairs that still would need to be done would total about $90,000.
Okay. All right. Questions about the grader? Councilor Nyman.
I'd like this one parked, and when time comes, I'll park the next two too.
Councilor Panel.
I was going to say exactly the same. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. Councilor Harrison.
Yes, one question I have, when you're pricing these replacement parts, do you try to replace them with parts that, in this older, some of the older equipment anyway, parts directly from the company that manufactures, or do you go to aftermarket sources?
Through your worship, I'll defer to Manager Bryans as he deals with the day-to-day of mechanics.
Through you, Councilor Harrison, we do multiple. We go dealerships, aftermarket companies, and so on. We've reached out to, I think, 6 different companies so far to try to find a mold board for this unit, and no one can give me a date of when we could possibly get one for the unit.
All right. The question, Councilor Maynard?
Yeah, the question was, so, well, I guess it's in our binder, but this piece of equipment is the one that's heavily utilized during summer road maintenance, shouldering and gravel, and gravel roads in particular, right? And yes?
Through your worship to Councilor Maynard, yes. So as it is our smaller grader, it'd be 101s that we would use on shouldering more often.
Or smaller roads. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's move on.
So page 210 of the budget binder. This is the replacement of the loader. This project was deferred from the 2023 budget as well, and it is the replacement of a 2007 loader that is 17 years old, currently in the fleet. It was identified as qualifying for replacement through the condition analysis under the new policy. It is heavily utilized during winter maintenance activities as well as day-to-day tasks. There was routine maintenance that occurred in 2023 of regular wear parts, along with some other minor repairs to the unit. Additional condition notes were recorded and monitored for repair, such as a cabin floor. The unit is noted to be losing oil and burning coolant. If the unit is not replaced in 2024, the engine will need to be pulled out to further investigate and diagnose the issue.
Okay. And the timeline for delivery of this, both of these, well, was deferred in 2023. What would the delivery be on this? 2 years?
Through your worship. So I believe the last grader was about a year. If we're lucky, they may already have something in the lineup to be built. They're a little bit shorter than the tandem trucks typically.
Okay. All right. Councillor Pennell.
Last year, we were replacing this loader because it was leaking press stone so bad. I'm just wondering, to get that problem solved, to get to all these, how much did it cost to fix that?
Any
Roughly,
idea?
I know you don't have.
Well, let's get an approximation of the cost of the deferral.
Through you, your worship, it wasn't leaking it, I believe. I believe I said it was burning it. This thing smokes like a chimney.
We were told leaking last year.
So to rectify that would be, as Ms. Red had mentioned, to pull the engine and see what the internal issue is with that particular engine.
Okay, and the cost of that would be, well, it was 60,000 and one or the other, so,
your worship.
okay. Okay, let's move on.
Step back in for this one. This is our typical light-duty replacement program that we do on an annual basis on page 258. 215. So I was getting ahead of ourselves. Feel free to turn to 258.
354.
Sorry, excuse me.
That much closer to the end. Okay.
I think this year is a reasonable program. There are replacements for operational services and one for fire, which fire can speak to. But for operational services, what we're asking for here, and it's part of our new enhanced, I guess, pothole patching program. And so what we're asking here is to convert or to replace 4 half-ton 2013 trucks that are nearing the end of their service life, and replace them with 2 or 3 ton crew cab trucks. So these are patch vehicles. All 4 of those current vehicles are year-round cold patch trucks, but they are old half tons. So we've taken, Manager Bryans and I and members of our team have scrutinized our patching program this year, and what we found is that we're using these old half tons, and we have a propensity for overloading these trucks because we're trying to get as much on them as we can. And so the 2 ton or 3 ton, the 2 or 3 ton cab and chassis can support about 3 times the amount of material at once. So our plan here is to take the 4, replace them with 2 heavier trucks that will be dedicated to the purpose of patching, and that will be crew cabs. And so that means that depending on the time of year, we can send 2 out, we can send 3 staff, or 4. And the idea here is that we're able to pay closer attention to what we're doing in the patching. So we can prep the holes, we can have 1 driver, 1 prep in the holes, a couple filling, maybe 1 tamping afterwards. It's just a better quality product. And then we're letting the staff rotate into the driver's seat and be able to be out in the field longer. So we spend a whole lot less time coming back to base to reload these trucks, more time in the field, and just a more careful bit of workmanship when it comes to patching. So that is our request for these replacements. 4 old to 2 new, but much larger vehicles.
Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Adam, I think this is a great change to the program, in terms of the vehicle size and the way you intend to use them. So I support this 100%.
Okay, let's move on. Fire department's coming back.
Hello again. The unit we're proposing to replace this year is a half-ton truck. It is a 2013 model, and we'll be replacing this with another half-ton truck. Proposed repairs to this vehicle include body work, exhaust components, and the value of these.
Just to be clear, we're still on 215 because there was 3 light duty vehicles, 2 for operations and 1 for fire.
So to continue, the repairs outweigh the value of the vehicle at the present time.
Okay. Councilor Nyman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, was there not 2 purchased last year for the fire department?
That's correct. We replaced a mechanic's vehicle, which we combined into 2 roles. So it was the mechanic and the ops support position. And then we also added a vehicle, which was the training officer vehicle.
You say mechanic take-home vehicle?
No, sorry, mechanic and operation support firefighter.
Okay. Councilor Pennell.
Yeah, I was down to the fire department, and I'll tell you, the fire truck now that has the plow on it that we've replaced, what would be wrong with just taking the plow off? Like, I think there's 90% of the people that has half tons that have ones far worse shape than them. I'm just trying to justify, would that truck not go on another year with no problem, and maybe 2 or 3 if we took care of it?
I think what Councilor Pennell is asking was, what's the rationale for another truck?
So this truck is to replace an existing truck. The truck you're referring to is has been surplus and is presently for sale as we speak. The truck that we're proposing to replace, is a different vehicle.
What I'm saying is, as a follow-up, I'm saying we got rid of a truck to get a new truck, and the old one is a half-ton. We're looking at 3/4. What I'm saying is, when we decommission that, if we even got 1 year out of it, we've saved the taxpayers a lot of money.
The vehicle that we replaced, the former plow truck, was originally the chief's truck. It's been its entire life responding for the chief, and also then it became an operational truck, and then plow was added. It was a 2009 vehicle. It was exposed to regular wear and tear in emergency services, unlike the normal average everyday pickup, which again doesn't get the warm-up time. It's pedal to the metal and under spare use all the time. We've used it for different roles throughout its life, and we extended the life of it for many, many years, and then replaced it with a 3/4 ton truck in last year's budget.
So the trucks trickle through various stages.
Correct. We try to rotate them
the
throughout its
end of
life
life.
and get as maximize the life out of it.
Gotcha.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. This is cargo van.
We're moving to page 202 of the agenda package.
Sorry to make you feel like you're going backwards, Council. Certainly not the intention. Okay, so just wanting to speak about the need for an additional cargo van in RCF. The volume in our concentrated areas seems to be where the deployment is continuously made. Our high volume parks are where most of the time is spent, and we physically do not have vehicle, and enough vehicles to also be able to deploy to the outlining areas. We're just so busy in the concentrated areas that we are wanting to be deploying staff independently to be hitting some of the larger areas, and we just are not feeling that we're providing adequate service out there, particularly during the summer months when there's the mainstream parks that are just so actively used. We're really wanting to provide an equitable service throughout the whole municipality, and it's challenging for me that when we do it, I have staff driving their own personal vehicles that I'm finding out afterwards because they realize they haven't got there and they're wanting to get there. And for me, it's a safety concern, but it's also really identifying a major need. So that's what this ask is. It certainly would enable us to provide a consistent, equitable service. I'm well aware that vehicles are not popular right now, but this is my way of trying to ensure that I'm doing that. So that is why this is brought forward.
Okay.
And this is funded from development charges as well. I just wanted to really make sure that was identified. It's a development charges purchase.
Reserve fund, yep, okay. Councillor St. Jean?
There we go. Thank you, Worship. Thank you for this, Lisa. So yes, it is coming from development charges, the Development Charges Reserve Fund, which is part of, we're experiencing growth. So the money comes from the account that is generated by growth. But with regards to that, is there a component of the use of this vehicle that can be attributed to the tourism management plan? And can it be funded partially, at least, from that?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor St. Jean, we, through our plans and have before council in this budget, effectively drained the MAT tax reserve fund for other capital. For roads, essentially.
Yeah, okay, all right. No, I wanted to, I guess, everybody to know that. There's no MAT left, and this is a growth-related requirement, so makes sense to me.
Okay. Okay, let's go on to the
This is in your agenda packages at page 204.
another patch truck.
Correct, Your Worship.
Okay.
So this is not a replacement. As we discussed with the trackless implements and the other larger hot box, these are recommendations coming to council, again, based on the feedback we've received through the year, and also our review of the number of claims we're receiving from motorists for vehicle damage. So we've totally re-looked at the patching program in the county, and this was another option that we could put forward to enhance that service. So this would be a dedicated patch truck, a larger one, similar to the ones I mentioned earlier. Right now we have 2 larger trucks in the fleet that are patch trucks during the summertime or the 3 seasons, but in the wintertime those are deployed for plowing. They have sander box and plows on them, so not able to be switched out quickly. So the thought process for this new 2-ton crew cab would be that we would be able to create another zone for patching. So we would make the zones that we deploy to a little bit smaller, make us get out there a little bit quicker. So that's what this one would be. Similar to what we're asking for the conversions, it would be essentially the same truck, a heavier duty crew cab truck, cab and chassis with a proper bed on it. But it would be dedicated all year round. It wouldn't be used for snow plowing.
Okay. Councillor Brainy.
Parking lot.
Anybody else? No. Okay. Let's move on.
Through your worship, that brings us to the pumper replacement 1021, which is found on page 203 of your agenda packages.
Okay, Chief.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. A few weeks ago, I brought forward an asset management report that outlined the fleet and management replacement schedule. And if council recalls, in the plan, there was actually 3 apparatus that were scheduled for replacement for the fleet. And the apparatus reside in Picton, and Demarest,ville, and in Milford. And throughout the report, we talked about some immediate sort of service level kind of implications related to our ability to go interior until we had a certified truck on scene. What we've done to mitigate that risk is, in fact, put that step in place so that we can still protect our firefighters, but the mitigation risk that currently resides still leaves a gap where the public expects a certain level of service. We're only able to do that service once we get the proper apparatus there. So there's still a little bit of residual risk left over as it relates to sort of the use of the apparatus. As a fire safety professional, as always, my job is to advise council. Council decision is required on what council wishes to do with the replacement apparatus. My recommendation is to replace both vehicles. And that risk mitigation, regardless of what council does, still leaves us where a new truck in Picton would help close out that gap. That gap doesn't get closed out for about 1.5 to 2 years once the truck is actually ordered and put in the system. So we're going to have that gap in service delivery for quite a while. What does that mean to the end user? The end user pays their taxes. Understand that because we don't have the reserves to purchase the fire trucks, this is going to the tax levy directly. And that's an unfortunate thing for the ratepayer in the sense that the ratepayer has now become responsible to fund the trucks today rather than gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today kind of thing, right? The old Popeye. But so the challenge that we have is I recognize and really we're in an unfortunate situation with this replacement apparatus as the budget's being presented. The impact is the ratepayer can pay it off of their taxes, or we're likely going to see some kind of change throughout the FUS alignment and the future insurance of their actual insurance cost as they start to renew. So unfortunately, we're in a user pay system.
Okay. All right, these are sobering. Questions? Nope. Okay. Councilor Harrison. Councilor Nyman, yes, you're championing this.
So that motion hasn't come forward. I don't think it's coming until December the 19th. So we haven't put that motion on the floor yet to have the discussion about it yet. But it will be coming on the 19th of.
I think maybe these should go in the parking lot too, both bumpers for now.
Okay. Let's move on, Amanda. Thank you very much, Chief.
Ice, come back. Go.
My apologies.
The ice rescue boats.
So the ice rescue boats are an inflatable boat that we use year-round. As you can appreciate, they get drug across the ground. They have a severe service life, both through training and actual use. The rescue boat, one is damaged that the repair cost is almost as much as the boat itself, and the other one is in great shape. So what we're looking to do is replace 2 of our boats that will allow us to continue on with our ice and water rescue services.
Okay. Any questions? Councilor Harrison?
In event of, you said the boats were damaged. Was that damaged performing a rescue?
Chief?
Mayor to Councilor Harrison, the damage is a result of 20 years of age of wear and tear. So it's damage to the floor. As the chief explained, this unit, it's carried by 2 personnel. It's then drug across the ground, ice surfaces, and over that 20-year period, it's been exposed to the wear and tear of normal usage.
I think what I'm getting at more than anything, I saw a rescue this past winter down our way where 3 people were out on the ice, which most local people wouldn't have even thought about, and everybody kind of stood by and said, these guys are gonna go adrift. There's no doubt about it. It was just obvious. In an event like that, can you bill that back?
Want to take this one?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harrison, be assured I'm a Scottish taxpayer with the best of them, and we do have a fee-for-service bylaw that allows us so that when we go to cases like this after they're out on the ice and the icebreaker's gone by, that we do have a cost recovery mechanism in place to ensure that the taxpayers aren't fronting the service level that's being provided.
How much have we recovered so far?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harrison, I don't have an exact amount on the top of my head. I will say that we have had to reduce some bills based on some conversations with individuals. So we will relax some of the fee as it relates to how much it actually costs. But, and I don't know how much has been recovered, and it does go to taxation if they don't pay through the fee-for-service and stuff like that. So
We'll bring that back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Pennell.
Yeah, when it comes to the ice boats, and I certainly saw them, and yeah, they're in bad shape. But having said that, there's no law that says the municipality must provide that service. We have been doing that service out of courtesy. But it does cost the taxpayers if you continue that service. I don't know what the way around it, but.
Well, the chief just mentioned that if they have to use it for.
That's not the point. We're
Irresponsible
looking at
behavior.
spending more money now. Do we have to do it? Legally? No.
No.
So it's something, I think by parking it, it's worth a discussion.
Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could you clarify for us, Chief? It says that in the details sheet, it says these units are used on the ice and water to conduct council-approved rescue services. So technically, we are legally obliged to provide this service until council itself decides to change the level of service. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. This is a service that is in our establishing regulating bylaw 2013, in that particular bylaw. And I will highlight council's awareness that just this past September-ish, we brought forward the community risk assessment, which does identify that we are a tourist economy. We invite people to come and fish and do all kinds of things in our region, and that level of service is a risk to those that not only visit but also reside in the county. So it's identified in that as well.
So to follow up on that, Your Worship, so if we, well, first of all, we can't not do what we said we're going to do under the bylaw, but the only way to change the level of service is to actually change the bylaw, which council has not done.
Okay.
So therefore, these recommendations are there to meet council-approved service levels, right?
Okay, let's not get into a level of service discussion. Let's stick to the budget. So
sorry, but that's where Councillor Pennell was going in a roundabout way.
I understand.
So.
I understand. And I was going to raise the same point that we do have bylaws as to levels of service, like we do for roads and everything else. Okay. Next. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, before we get into roads reconstruction, let's take 10 minutes. I want to talk to the CAO about what we've got parked and our ETA for the budget meetings. So we'll come back at 2:35.
that part there.
No. Jeez, that's like spitting on your shoes. We're live? Okay, we're ready to... Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll call the meeting back to order, please. Members of council could take their seats. Gentlemen, if you could have a seat. Okay, we're the CAO and I met. Just wanted to get a bit of an idea of where we are and how the remainder of the budget's going to move forward. As everybody knows, we scheduled the meetings to conclude on Friday. Ahead of us, we have, at this point, we have 18 parked items. There will likely be more, but hopefully not. So what I'd like to see happen is that we finish the capital, preferably today. Then we move into the operating budget. Staff are going to provide information and draft motions concerning the parked items and talk those over with the members of council who brought them forward. When we conclude with the operating budget, we will deal with the parked items, and that may move us into concluding the budget next week. And Tuesday looks like the day that will occur. So if that's necessary, but let's see how it goes. But just as I remind everybody, let's stick to the budget items. Let's not get into the weeds about the individual projects, so we can move through this in as quickly as possible and with as much consideration as possible, but sticking to the budget issues. Okay, Madam Director Amanda, you've got where the fleet expenditures are coming from in terms of how they're going to be paid for. Everybody seen that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm just up on the screen and in your packages or on your pages before you shows how these are being financed. If you have any questions about that, I'm happy to take them.
And just so we're all on the same page, I believe that we have parked 6 projects. The pumper tanker 4011, the pumper tanker 1021, the new 2-ton truck, the replacement of grader, the replacement of loader, and the light duty replacement vehicle program.
Okay.
If there's anything else that anyone thought was parked, now's the time. Otherwise, we have 3 sections left: roads, bridges, and studies.
Okay, let's get on to roads. Amanda, everybody's favorite topic.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, where we can on page 241 in your agenda packages.
Okay, welcome back, Dave.
Through the mayor to council.
Just give us 1 sec to grab the pages here. And 241.
Mayor to council, this first slide is the 3rd phase road portion for the Picton Main Street project. As council's aware, we approved the water and wastewater components of this project as per the rate study or the rates budget. So this is the corresponding road section.
Okay. Phase 3. Any questions about this? Councillor Maynard?
Might be in the description, but what's the acronym for the revenue source CCBF?
OSIF grant. Amanda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Maynard, CCBF is the former federal gas tax.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. Peter? Welcome.
According to the agenda package to
As you know, there's a working group for Canada 49. Find some type of cost sharing so we can actually undertake the reconstruction of County Road 49. I guess in the meantime, while we're trying to find a way to afford doing this, the overall project, we're looking at an opportunity here to replace the culverts that need to be replaced, that have been identified already in the scope of work, as well as waterproof some of the major box culverts that don't need to be replaced. So in doing so, and the reason for doing that at this point, eventually when the road gets reconstructed, the first thing we have to do is rubbleize the existing concrete base. Now that provides probably the best base that you could ever ask for underneath a highway. The problem is going to be when we dig up, we cut a trench basically through that to replace culverts or to reinstall the waterproofing on the box culverts that are there, and we put that material back. There's going to be a lot of differential settlement because the existing highway that's there, and after we rubbleize the concrete, that'll be in a highly consolidated state. Backfilling, and even though you do compaction, is never going to be as consolidated as the existing stuff. So what ends up happening is over time, everywhere there was a cut through the highway, there's going to be a little inverse speed bump, hump, whatever you want to call them these days. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. And so the idea is to try to get this done this year and compact as we normally would, and then allow natural consolidation to occur until the time when full reconstruction is done. And that way there, we minimize the amount of overall differential settlement that will occur.
Regardless when the road is actually reconstructed.
Well, the longer the time frame in between the two, obviously, the more natural consolidation will occur, and the less chance there will be for settlement in those areas.
Okay, and are these throughout the entire length of County Road 49?
That's correct.
Okay.
There's 19 replacements identified and 14 waterproofing identified, and both of them obviously require complete excavation of the existing concrete, as well as all the sub-base material that's there, and then reapplying all the granulars and compacting it.
Okay, all right. Councillor Brandy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Peter's analogy with what needs to be done, and I appreciate his support of our 49 task force. I think that it's a big dilemma, and I think we need to keep forging forward with that to get the other party, the province, the feds, everybody else on board. But I think what Peter's mentioned there is it's a smart way forward, and it may save us quite a bit down the road, because I do believe this will happen eventually.
Okay, Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yes, Peter, I think this certainly technically it makes sense, and also from a political standpoint, it perhaps shows the senior levels of government that we are serious about fixing this road, and would they please not come and help us, because this is only $2 million worth of what is probably now a $40 million project. But in the funding source here, we've got 419, which sounds to me like the MAT number, and 1,657,000 of donations. Where are we at on the donation program? I hate to say it, but that sounds a bit like optimistic thinking to me, but I just don't know where we're at on the donations. Thank you.
So for that, I'll have to refer to the Director of Finance.
Amanda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor to Council, to my knowledge, at this time, we've not received any donations, although the group may have maybe some pledges that I'm not aware. So really, what we're saying is that the project cost is 2 million, but at this time, we could move forward with about 419,000 worth of work. Unless those donations come in. Or a grant.
So we could do 1/4 of the work.
Perhaps, Director Moyer, you can speak to, but I don't think this project moves forward without the full complement. It's proposed to be a $2 million project. So we either go find a
Do it all.
grant or we find some donations. This is not unlike the long-term care project. It doesn't go forward unless it's got the other funding.
Right, okay, got it. Okay. Councillor Pennell. Then Councillor Nyman.
Yeah, I'd like to put this in the parking lot, and I think we can probably get proper direction if we can, in fact, if the money all becomes available, we get all these donations or grants, fine. But until that happens, I want it in the parking lot.
Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I agree with what was said, doing this, if we can go ahead with it, if the money can come. It shows that, you know, we're serious about doing it. But I have one question. We've got a cement road, now we're gonna dig it out, and I'm assuming we're doing it asphalt. I'd like to hear from operations as to their thoughts on having those asphalt intervals in the cement road, or if you've already had talks with them, can you enlighten us on that?
And so you are correct in your assumption that it would be an asphalt patch over in between the two and two concrete ledges. So I'm not sure if you want.
Adam?
Your Worship, I agree that it makes the most sense to reinstate that with hot mix asphalt, but I kind of get maybe what you're saying, that there'll be a butt joint, a cold joint between the asphalt and the concrete. So, I mean, typically when we do this, we would try to leave a little bit of unexcavated granular right up against the saw cut, so to minimize that potential for that differential settlement to occur right at the joint. But there will still be a joint there, and that means there'll still be water to infiltrate. And I mean, maybe we can look at crack sealing or some other sort of method to keep the water from getting down there. But certainly we will have a cold joint there, and less potholes in the middle of it, but more apt to be reappearing on the edges at that joint.
Thank you.
Right through.
Go ahead.
Mayor, just to add to that, I mean, the idea is too that this is short term, right? I mean, so it will be possibly a little bit of short term pain where the different surface types intersect each other. Perhaps there's a design feature we can utilize, whether it's some sort of modified step joint that gets utilized in asphalt highways with the concrete. Not sure, we can look into that when we get into design of it.
Okay. Councillor Pennell? Oh, no, okay. Oh, sorry. It was Councillor Brainy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Just as a matter of process, and I hope it doesn't need a motion, I seem to recall last year, and we were putting things apart, and there's not an issue with that. I remember last year, and maybe it would speed things along where we might not need the Tuesday. I recall that we took kind of like a straw poll last year when we were putting something in the parking lot, and just, I guess my thought is that if we're going to do it, it'd be good to see a list of hands around the table. If we have a majority, then if not, let's not do it. Then we might avoid. And I do, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe we did that last year.
Yeah, we did do that last year. No, we're just gonna keep going, and just council members bear in mind that the list is now at 19, so, okay. Councillor St. Jean?
Thank you, Worship. A question for you to Amanda. So the $419,000 would come out of reserve for roads construction rural if donations were received sometime in 2024. But if, that's my understanding, but if we can't raise the $2,076,600 total, the 419 would just simply stay in the roads reserve, am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor St. Jean, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, so no difference.
MCAO?
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor St. Jean, and that's where I was gonna go to just ask Councillor Pennell the question. So I'm not sure, based on the way you described the reason to put in the parking lot, that it needs to. So if it goes to the parking lot, it would be that you would like to talk about removing it from the list entirely. But if the concern is the project not move forward without the grants or donations catching the shortfall, that's exactly the way it's designed. So if everyone's okay with 419 from Matt going to this project, really that's all you're approving, because the rest of it, the project dies this year if we don't find the grant or the donation to match.
For the rest of it. Yeah.
So perhaps it doesn't need to go in the parking lot based on that
Yeah,
explanation?
I'm comfortable with that.
It's a question for,
Okay.
you know.
So let's take that out of the parking lot. Councillor Maynard?
Thank you. Well, we know that this project will need to be done, so I think that this is just an important signaling that we're serious about this and that we're going to do whatever we can to move this project along, and hopefully that will lead to further support. So I think that it should stay in, and we'll
Stay in the parking lot?
no, stay in the budget. I mean, I know we're not taking it to the parking lot now.
Yeah.
It sounds like, but I'm
Okay.
just showing my support that we need to at least signal that we're moving forward, that we're trying
Right.
to move this project forward.
Okay. Councillor Harrison, then we'll move on here.
So theoretically then, and I just wanted to confirm that if this $2 million is spent, that would reduce theoretically the 31 million to 29, right?
Yes, in theory, correct.
In theory,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Because this was part of the scope of work that has already been identified for the major project. And in essence, even doing this work now simplifies the work when it actually does, like the rest of the work when it happens, because now you're really only dealing with the surface elements, rather than having a crew that's going and trenching out, and traffic control will be a little bit easier. And so it does simplify the overall project once they go to do the surface.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Amanda? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this brings us to page 237 in your agenda packages. And I'll note in error, we have County Road 49 on there twice, so we'll skip beyond that when we get there.
So we begin on 237. Yeah, we'll skip page 240, okay? Dave?
Through the mayor to council, I'd like to give a quick overview on the projects listed on this slide.
Yep.
The first bullet is the intersection illumination. As council's aware, starting last budget, we've budgeted annually to install illumination in rural intersections. The two intersections that are being considered this year is County Road 10 and 11 and County Road 10 and 24 for the illuminations. The next bullet point is the Cherry Valley intersection improvements. Coming out of TAC last year and approved at council, the intersection in Cherry Valley was approved to become a three-way intersection. As a result, after talking with operations, it wasn't as simple as just installing signage. There actually needed to be intersection improvements there, so it triggered a capital project. So this is what this line item is for. The next two, we'll skip the County Road 49 bullet. The next two are the road components for the projects that we talked about on York Street and as Disraeli Street. Just noting, the Disraeli Street project would only go forward if the grants from the housing
We are successful there. And then the last item is an annual budget amount for capital works for traffic calming. And this is a tool that we use to be able to implement recommendations of the TAC committee that are brought forward to council for consideration. So I'd open the floor for comments.
Okay, can we, Councillor Branderhorst, do you have a question?
I do. I have, well, it's more of a statement. I would like to directly, I'd like to park instantly the illumination, specifically the section of the illumination that is County Road 24 and County Road 10. I'd like to bring it to parking lot and bring the Cherry Valley intersection straight to parking lot. I will be pulling both items.
Okay, can we get that again?
Sorry, can you not hear me?
Cherry Valley. Okay, let's. Okay. Okay, Councilor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 10 and 22, that's already done, right?
Sorry, that was a typo in the sheet. 10 and 22 already has illumination, so the intersection is 10 and 11.
10. So my question is, this is the same amount that was passed last year, 84,000, right? So how much of that did we use this year?
The intersections that that are the projects this year that are the illuminations are being installed are County Road 1 and 2 and County Road 34 and 5. They've completed their design stage and they're now with Hydro 1 for the hydro approvals and installation. So they're both ongoing intersections. And we're going to be utilizing most of the budget for that.
So we haven't did any other than just design work is basically what we're...
Design, and we're working through the Hydro 1 approvals.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Questions? Oh, okay. Oh, another question, Councillor Branderhorst?
Yes. I understand that that typo I'm a little concerned about on County Road 10 and County Road 11. Just because that light would shine into 4 residences' property windows. It's quite the congestion of houses there. Have they been acknowledged that this could be a potential to them and their livability?
Through the chair to the councillor, as part of the project, there would definitely be communication with the neighbors in that area, and also through the light design, you can definitely focus the street lighting to have very limited impacts on adjacent properties.
But that's part of the intersection is the adjacent properties. Like I don't know how you would light that intersection without lighting the properties.
Through the design of the lighting, the lights now have the ability to illuminate areas with very little off of lighting through that would affect neighboring properties. But that would all be part of the design, and communication would be through the design and implementation of the project. There's definitely communication with the neighboring residents.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask a follow-up, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor?
go ahead.
If the residents decide that this is an issue to them and the individuals that actually live on this intersection, and they believe that it's not, they don't believe that it would fix many things. Would I be able to pull it as a counselor later? I know that intersection is not a great intersection, and I know it's been complained about as a dangerous intersection by some individuals that live there. But if they believe that this is not hitting the mark, I'd prefer. Is there a chance that I could revert the project before it goes too far ahead?
If it went through, if the project went through, then that would be our direction to implement the project and start the process. The idea of this annual intersection lighting is to be able to get the especially where we have a county road numbered roads with the higher traffic volumes lit for safety. And we're really trying to get 2 intersections completed in a year, because there's many intersections that are dark throughout the county, and we're just really trying to prioritize the intersections. So if there is another intersection, if there's an intersection becomes a problem, we might have the flexibility to move somewhere else, but that would need direction at that point.
Okay.
Okay. Well, since I put the 1.5 of it in the parking lot, I'm going to pull both intersections.
You want both those items in the parking lot?
Yep, Cherry Valley and the intersection.
Okay.
10 and 24 and 11 and 10.
Okay, Councillor McNaughton?
Thank you. I'm not sure that lights are the correct solution for this area either. I did see Councillor Nyman's hand up. I wonder if he's going to talk about future roundabouts.
Well, it's in the parking lot.
Yes, but I do want to just urge staff, when you're looking at isolated areas with new lights, that we look at solar options instead of connecting to the grid potentially, if it's viable in individual locations. Thanks.
Councillor Nyman? We'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess I understand everything that's happening here. I hear it. I just want to put something out there that the Pine Ridge subdivision, they're inquiring about lights at County Road 8 and the entrance to that. So if you keep that in mind for future, that would be great. Or
okay. All right. I think that's no other one. Anything else? No.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to the Rural Roads Rehabilitation Program, and I believe that commences on page 244 of your agenda packages.
Councillor Maynard.
Did we include traffic calming? Okay.
No, we've got. No, let's go back. So that's page 238 for traffic calming. Yeah.
Through the mayor to council, I did give an overview of this one, but last year we put in an annual fund of close to $80,000 for traffic calming options coming out of the TAC committee. This year we've reduced that in the capital side and also have added additional funds in on the operational side for traffic calming. So for example, if there is a possible traffic calming that comes out of the TAC committee and is approved at council, and it's a smaller project in nature, we would be able to react quickly. I can give some examples of what we've done in 2003 or 23. It was the electronic signage out in Rednersville, and also the temporary speed humps on Union Road were two capital components for recommendations coming out of TAC. And then there was also a number of signage installations throughout the county that has been done by operations. So that's part of the operations. So really what we've done for this line item is we've split it into a capital component and operational component.
Okay. Yep. Councilor Pennell.
When looking at traffic calming, has it been considered, and I know people hate them, but photo radar, because they work. They do. What's that?
It's coming December 19th as per.
Coming
Rosso's
forward.
motion.
Okay, we'll go on to that later on. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, that brings us to page 244 in the agenda packages in the Rural Roads Rehabilitation Program.
Tanya.
So the list before you provides the 2024 proposed Rural Roads Generic Program, which is our preventative maintenance and rehabilitation program. So this is based on the asset management software previously introduced to Council, which provides the priority list based on optimal funding levels. As you'll see, the majority of the work in 2024 is on preventative maintenance techniques, which is similar to 2023. And the only rehabilitation work in 2024 is the roads that are based on the settlement from White Pines Wind Energy. And just an overview, our preventative maintenance programs are single surface treatment, microsurfacing, and crack sealing. And our rehabilitation program is the double surface treatment.
And we have the draft list as well. Okay. Councillor Pennell.
Maybe I'm missing it here, but do we have a dollar factor for microsurfacing, single treat? Pardon?
We're on SSG right now.
Then we'll go there.
Okay.
So before you is the list of single surface treatment programs. So this is a new layer that is added on top of roads that are previously surface treated and will be accompanied with fog seal again this year. We had a great success with that in 2023.
All right. Councillor Nyman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'll bring this up again. I'm just kind of wondering, we've had this discussion throughout the years that I've been on council, and just kind of wondering, and I don't know how we do this, but some of the surface treating that we're doing are on roads that have a limited number of housing or houses, and the cost of it seems to be a lot. So how do we go about turning some of those roads back to gravel? So I don't know who that question is to, or how that gets answered, or what the process is.
Turning the roads back to gravel.
Yes.
The least populated roads.
Yes.
Maybe on the list. Okay. Adam?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Nyman. This item was brought forth in the CIO's report earlier this year. Yep. On the 10% issue, and so we had that as an alternative that Council could have opted to explore, and what we would have planned on doing if Council had decided to ask us for more information is to go away and come back with a list of candidate roadways. And the information on the life cycle cost analysis between the two, right? Do we surface treat? What's the 50-year plan cost-wise versus surface treat where we grade, we calcium, and that sort of thing. So that it's a body of work we were prepared to do at the time. It's not necessarily something I could come to you tomorrow with. So I think it would require a motion of council to get us to look into that and report back.
Okay. Follow up?
Okay. thanks for that, and I guess I missed the boat on it earlier this year. So I don't know if I can make a motion now to have that, staff report, I guess is what I'm asking for. Is that right or no?
Madam CAO, I think that was already in the works, was it not?
Through the chair to Councillor Nyman. So as the director just pointed out, it was an alternative option in that report that came in April or in August, but it's never too late to post a motion. So we can take note of that. And when we come back to the parking lot, we can draft you some language for what that motion might look like.
Okay, sure, I don't have to put this in the parking lot, do I, or no? No, okay.
No. Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Pennell, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I know we've got the 20-year plan, but I'm wondering, some of the roads that have been done 20 years ago, and maybe one section added to it, and yet we get what I would consider at one time we called crossroads, have been done 2 or 3 times with single layer, and I'm just wondering, when does it ever get to the point that the roads that really need repairs we start doing, instead of, because that road was done 4 years ago, let's do it again because we're going to save it. Meanwhile, the other one goes another 4 years to not.
Adam, you have a plan?
Yes, Your Worship, and through you, the plan is actually 100 years long, actually, but it's heavily front-loaded with preventative maintenance techniques. And what that's doing, especially this year with such a significantly increased single-surface program, this is a huge program, but this is to do this work buys us time. So what you see in the 5-year plan that Council has seen are that in the later years of that 5-year plan, we then roll in these major rehabs, and we're starting to do double surface treatment again. So the model has optimized and said the best use of your money in the early years of this is to preserve the roads and buy us time, and then we can start rolling in some of the worst roads, and then it'll be a combination of the two in the future moving forward.
Can I have just one follow-up, please?
Yep.
Because this is all going to involve rural road, we're looking at major improvements in Wellington, and that every one of those roads are going to have to be. Have we got the protections for those? Because they could hit us a lot quicker in 20 years.
Yeah, and through you, Your Worship, Councillor Pennell, the work on roads that are asphalt or roads that have infrastructure underground, the model is being updated to include all that data and all those life cycle needs. And so that body of work, I understand, is underway now and has been for a number of months.
What I'm referring to is, how do you move the traffic? That's going to be a big expense. When you start moving hundreds of cars out of Wellington, for instance, for starters, you got a light. There are going to have to look at lights to move the traffic for the people working Belleville, Trenton. What I'm saying, is that going to cut into this rural program too? Got to get the money for it.
I mean, Council's only making the decision on this year's proposal.
I realize that, but if we can't think ahead, which is why we come up with these long-term plans, it's got to be part and parcel to it.
I think we're talking about the rural roads as outlined in the program. Dave?
Through the mayor to the councillor, as Director Goheen said, we are working through the asset management plan that's going to incorporate the underground infrastructure and the asphalt road network that will give exactly the same kind of 5-year, 10-year, multi-year plan. That work is being done as we speak as part of the asset management program. As for development, that's why we have tools in place like development charges, and as the developments are being done, we require through the approval process the traffic analysis as part of those developments. So that are the components that we use to look at the future network needs.
Councillor Maynard?
Thank you. Through you to staff, and I don't have both of them side by side, but this projection for the rural roads generic is right directly from the plan, right? There hasn't really been any deviation.
Through your worship, Councillor Maynard, that's correct. The only slight deviation would be like a stopping point to bring it to an intersection by 50 meters or something like that. But the roads list is the same as you've seen previously.
Okay. And the program last year, we were able to basically complete that. Like, I know there was a few roads last year that were on the single surface treatment that were bumped off. So do we anticipate that?
Through your worship to Councillor Maynard. So we got the list just ahead of budget last year, which was in the middle of the winter, so we couldn't fully vet it until the spring. We have vetted these this fall and feel like they will still be candidates in the spring. We will still drive them again in the spring to double check, but we don't foresee any issues.
And if I could, just one further. So when we had our town hall meeting, there was I would say a majority support for a more robust or a more aggressive plan, right? Because it was kind of hard to sell that we were doing single surface treatment as best as you tried. But has there been any scenarios prepared this year? Will we maybe see next year what a more aggressive double surface treating plan would look like? Because there's roads that are basically impassable for a good part of the year that, don't show up until way down. So that's kind of the longer term question, is I know this is in front of us for this year, but I'm already thinking about the calls and next year and the year after.
Well, that's fine. Adam, can you respond to that about a more robust program for next year or thereafter?
Yes, Your Worship. So the plan that we've created, the 5-year that Council's seen, is based on the model output, based on the inputs. And we talked about some of those being the special factors, as we discussed a couple of years ago. So we are intending to bring forward the plan as we've presented it. So if Council wants to see a split or a different parameter set in the model, then we're going to need that direction from you. This is the plan we put forward is based on the best possible, according to the model, outcome of our road network over the very long term. So that's the best that we can put forward based on the modern technology we're using. If Council wishes to split that and allocate funds toward the double surface from another component of the program as presented, it's well within your ability to do so. It will require some modeling work on the part of corporate services, but
Okay, Madam CAO.
I would just strongly suggest we have a 5-year plan based on our best expert advice.
Yeah.
The reason we built that plan is because everyone complained that we kept changing the roads every year. So I strongly suggest you hold on to the 5-year plan. I would say that we are trying to address the fact that the plan doesn't make everyone happy, which is why all those implements and attachments and other things were added, which I fully agree are on the nice to have category, but they were done to try to mitigate the impact of following a 5-year plan that doesn't satisfy everyone. So that is the expert advice you've been given.
Yeah. Councillor Harrison?
Yes, I fault that a bit because as I said to you, I'm here to represent the constituents. And I said this before, I'll just repeat it once, that plan needs to be somehow changed because we should be working from both ends of that. I've got constituents that are on very poor roads that are getting nothing, and yet they're watching preventative maintenance, I'll use it that way, on a very good road. And they're saying, what are they thinking down there? Because if you work from both ends, to me, I'm not saying you have to put, a whole lot there, but there's got to be some come from the very worst side of those roads. Stuff be done because these people are hurting every day on those roads.
Adam, any response to that, apart from adjusting the plan?
So, and Council has decided to choose the phase-in approach. So we have a $25 million burden that we are slowly working to get the funding to the level where we can start to fix the worst and actually make those meaningful improvements on those roads. But we have a significant infrastructure deficit with roads, and I thought we provided the graphics really showed in detail the impacts of the choice council was making. But even under the 5-year phase into the 25 million, it's a huge amount of money to increase the rural roads program. The roads conditions will still continue to deteriorate for the next couple of years. Like we need to have this long-term plan, and in my view, we need to stick with it because it's going to be the better solution in the long term for Prince Edward County.
Okay. Councillor Pennell.
Adam, did you bring that drawing? I wonder if you could put that up. That shows where the roads are compared to that need the most maintenance in the red. You showed that at Ameliusburg for the taxpayers of Ameliusburg, but I'm certain probably most of the councillors haven't saw that. And I think that would address a lot of questions that are being asked. So if you got that, I'd appreciate seeing it.
I don't think you have that here today anyway. Adam?
I can just comment, Your Worship, that they are attachments to our April 29th, 2021 report on roads. They are in the council report on that.
Okay.
Can I ask one question?
Quickly.
Could you send an email to all the councillors that one particular drawing?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Grasso.
I just really wish we wouldn't use the term 100-year plan. It's, you know, people are gonna think that we're out of our tree when we say 100-year plan. I mean, maybe Councillor Pennell and Councillor Harrison will be around in 100 years, but none of us here in the county are gonna be around. So we should just not use that term 100-year plan. 5-year plan I could understand, but anything else after that's just insane.
Councillor McNaughton.
I think when you're, hundreds of millions of dollars behind in your maintenance programs, it's good to have a long-term outlook, but that's long. But I appreciate the I appreciate that report that we did receive, and the plan that was put before us. I understood had some short-term pain involved before people started to see real results, and it would have long-term financial benefits that the county would see well before the 100-year line, well before the 100-year line, in having opportunities to not have to be constantly maintaining those roads because problems had been offset. So by much cheaper, faster programs. That's my understanding. I'm just wondering if the sort of where the solution right now that this budget brings to us is the opportunity to solve some of the short-term pain points with the patching, the enhanced patching program, and if that was sort of how you looked at how to provide some short-term pain relief for this very long-term program that takes 5 or 6 years before we start seeing major improvements for rural areas.
Okay, let's let Adam respond.
Thank you, Mayor Ferguson. So it's a great statement, and yeah, so it's all part and parcel of our broader plan for roads maintenance. So we came to council with the 2-mix strategy for cold patch, the hot boxes. We also rented the Durapatcher for a number of months this summer. We had great success with that machine. We'll talk about that during operating to see if council wishes to continue with the rental next year, but it's all part and parcel. We also had a vastly expanded spot repair program this year and that is back to its regular size for 2024 as recommended. We can have, again, that conversation this week. But yes, we're trying to use all the different tools in the toolbox to try to keep our heads above water and try to keep the roads in fairly good condition until we can get the funding where we need to be.
Even just that hot patch looks very promising.
Councillor Hirsch. Oh, you didn't? Sorry. Councillor Brainy.
I don't want to prolong this. Kind of my thought is we did approve a 5-year plan last year, and it's correct. It's not going to please everybody, but I do think we need to stay the course with that, and I think it's the way forward right now, just based on the conditions and things that we're dealing with. I would prefer to forge forward with the plan that we had agreed upon last year and continue with it.
All right, just want to remind everybody, we put a bunch of several items into the parking lot that would actually aid the repair of the roads and some of the roads, and not prolonging their life, but certainly making them more drivable. But we'll have that discussion when we get to those items in the toolbox. I know a lot of work goes into the plan, but we did develop a plan, and I'm supportive of it. And where we've got into trouble before, for those of us who were on previous council and the council before that, it was, I don't like that plan, so let's create another plan. And we went through that for the first time. I've got confidence that there is logic and research that's gone into developing what you're proposing. So I'm in favor of moving forward with that and moving forward to the next stage, but there are two hands. So Councillor Pennell and Councillor Maynard, then we'll move on.
Just so I've got it clear in my own mind, I can take it of one road, we've had permanent sign, or portable signs been up for 5 years now. We've got another road that's been up for 4 years. I see repairs on the West Side Road, and I see the same type of sign. They're going on a post in the ground. What are the people supposed, is that gonna be in 20 years? Like, if the portable signs are still there after 4 and 5 years, when we take the same sign and mount it on a post in the ground, I've been asked the question by people, what's that mean? Is it 4 years down the road, 5 years, or 20?
Dude,
and it's still hard for them to understand where we're at.
You're probably not prepared to address that. Maybe that can be talked about offline, the signage that Councillor Pennell's talking
Mayor
about.
Ferguson, yeah, I'm not necessarily sure when that particular road is slated for full rehab, but the model is trying to buy us some time. It acknowledges, and we all need to acknowledge, that the roads that are deteriorated, the model says, let them stay deteriorated. So then we are stuck with maintenance on those roads until they can be redone.
I've talked to engineers that have no faith in that module for principle.
Okay, Amanda?
So just for council's knowledge and awareness, going back to the plan that was adopted, it would see the surface treatment program go from just shy of 3.4 million up to just over 3.6 million for rural roads next year. But for urban roads, you would jump from 5.8 million to just shy of 7.8 million. The reserves can't bear that, and we've adopted a plan that we're not financing. So I need everybody to kind of keep that in mind as we move, and we've managed to finance works for 2024 with the reserves we had available. But when we take that jump up, we are not financing the reserves or funding them enough to finance the program that was adopted.
Good point. Councillor Maynard, and then we'll move on.
I just want to state that I am in favor of the plan that's in front of us this year, but what I wanted to bring forward from my constituents is that we need to try and work toward, I mean, we picked the pretty modest plan, so I would like to see us over the next year work toward options to give us that accelerated plan, because we did have option as to which plan, and that will come about by finding funding mechanisms, by increasing our reserves going forward. But I just wanted to say I wouldn't say I'm satisfied with this plan, but I'm willing to accept the plan for this year. But I just want to see that that we continually try and find ways to accelerate this plan, because it's not working for a vast number of our ratepayers, and roads is our number one infrastructure and from where I come from, the number one priority. So as long as we can keep our options open,
Okay.
and to try and maybe in the first year, we can come up with some direction to redo, to look at those more aggressive plans and what that may cost.
Amanda? Ready to move on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Yeah, that takes us to double surface treatment. Oh, it's all one now, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just keep going. Financing? Did we? There? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
No, I see what you're getting at.
What's that?
I see what you're getting at, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So the microsurfacing, I understand the logic behind it and all that, but if you travel the roads, you will see that there's 2 to 3, sometimes 4 inches of gravel that is not up against the asphalt, and the asphalt is breaking away. We're not doing roadside maintenance to protect that. And the microsurfacing, if what I'm understanding, will protect the asphalt, the top of it, from water penetrating down through and whatever, but it doesn't do nothing for the sides of it. So here we have $700,000 to do 4 areas. And I don't know if I park this or how I do this, but I would like to take half of that money. I would like to do away with the microsurfacing, take half that money and put it towards the roadside maintenance, either graveling the road to help protect the foundation of the road to get us back to where we need to be. And I don't want to ask for the 700,000 because I know we don't have enough time in the year to use that 700,000. So I don't know if I park that or how I go about doing that.
Well, let's see your Madam CAO.
Just procedurally, that,
Councillor Nyman, that we absolutely need to do much more work on reinforcing the shoulders. That takes a lot of gravel. I'm going to note that I believe that Leadcore is going to be responsible for a lot of that with all the work they've done with the fiber installation, because they are required to restore the shoulders to the way they were. But adding gravel, is that capital here, or is that actually operations money that gravel should be? Just a question for staff.
Adam? Sorry, hear from Amanda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to caution Councillor Neumann that the request to park that and to see if you could put half to operating will impact your operating levy. It would increase the operational cost because you can't fund from the capital reserve to finance operations.
Okay.
but we'll figure out what that is so that you can make an informed decision.
Yeah. Okay. Adam?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add to all this, we look forward to having a conversation during the operating component, because we do understand that's a critical need, and Council did invest extra for this year, and we'll get Mr. Bryans to explain how far that got us, but we know that's a critical priority for us, and so we want to have that conversation tomorrow or the next day as to how, whether we can invest yet more into that line item for shouldering. It is not lost on us by any means. It is just a significant burden. It's a major problem.
Councillor St. Jean?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not even 15 minutes ago, we heard a comment from the CAO. When we start messing around with anything to do with this plan, this 5-year plan, then what's the point of having a 5-year plan? Taking and messing around with the microsurfacing component on this is just ridiculous. Why are we even contemplating
Councillor
this?
St. Jean, it is in the parking lot. We will talk about it. The CAO has made the point, and Amanda has made the point that there are operational components in this as well. So let's wait until we go through that discussion.
In
Okay?
my opinion, this is just an absolute waste of time, Your Worship. So.
Thank you. Amanda? Sorry, Councillor Harrison.
Yes, I know a few people that are in the highway business across the province, and this business I've run by them about microsurfacing. Normally, they don't use it to preserve roads. They use it to put more traction at intersections that wear smooth. And I'm told this will add very little life to the preservation of the road, that where your microsurfacing should be done is only on your smooth intersections where there's wear. And so in this, whatever we do here, I find fault with this mic. I did last year, and I'm explaining, I checked into this with some people, very rarely used for road preservation, which is what we're doing here. It's for intersection microsurfacing to give a better surface and preserve that section.
Councillor Pennell.
Thank you.
Didn't know? Okay. Right. Let's move on. No, I'm just so used to it.
This would move us to the crack sealing component of that program.
Yep. Nope, don't see any. Let's move on. And these are the funding sources. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this brings us to our funding sources. And I will note I did just share some numbers with council from that 5-year plan, and the reason why the rural roads generic is greater than what I had stated is because of the WPD component of that work.
Okay.
And just for clarity, you have decided to park 3 parts of this: intersection illumination, Cherry Valley intersection, and rural roads generic as it relates to microsurfacing.
Right. Okay.
Through Mr. Mayor to council, this takes us to bridges. And we will start at
page numbers.
Sorry. We will commence on page 249 of the agenda package, and Dave McPherson's here to speak to it.
Jeez. Hey, Dave.
Through the mayor to council, I'd like to highlight on this slide the 3 projects that we're bringing forward for consideration in this year's budget. As council is aware, they received a report outlining the OSUM requirements and why we do OSUMs this year. These are the priority bridges that are coming up out of the OSUM inspections. The first one is a Quaker Road bridge replacement. This is a structure that is located near the end of Quaker Road. It is up for full replacement. The second project is Fry Road culvert replacements. This is actually replacing 2 OSUM structures. It's a twin culvert and also a single culvert very near to each other, right on Fry Road near the intersection of County Road 5. And the last bullet point is the enhanced bridge inspection and detailed design. So the next projects that are coming up are for the enhanced inspection. We're looking to do an enhanced inspection on the Milford Bridge and the Outlet Bridge. And then we're looking to do detailed design for the bridges that will possibly be for council consideration at next year's budget, and they're the Niles Road Bridge and the Outlet Bridge.
Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak to the Quaker Road Bridge. I drove up there the other day. This bridge services 2 residences. There's 2 residences, the bridge, and then the rest of the road. It's a dead end after that, so 2 families. It's inconceivable that we would spend $1.2 million on what is essentially a culvert and probably could be replaced with a culvert. So I asked for this to go to the parking lot. And at that point, we'll be seeking agreement, probably through a motion, to get staff to go back and look at outside the box solutions to something that shouldn't cost a tenth of that. Thank you.
David?
Through the mayor to council, I'd just like to bring to the attention, the OSIM program looks at replacing structures like for like. And that is where essentially you don't need to go through the municipal class EA process. If you look at doing modifications to the structure, imagine a span structure and you go to a culvert that has structure within the water course, that requires a complete EA process. So that would, for modifications like that, I'd just like to make council aware of that.
All right. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you. So I'm in agreement with pulling that one, or putting that in the parking lot, and if it's a EA that you need to do, well then, it's probably gonna be a lot less than $1.2 million. I'd just like to park the second one too, the Fry Road culvert replacement. Again, it seems like every bridge that comes, it's over $1 million. And there's just, we can't, we cannot support that. Like, we don't have the revenue to do that. And if, as John says, or Councillor Hirsch, sorry, we need to think outside the box and see what other alternatives are there that is a lot less expensive and will do the job and last just as long. We go to these conferences, we talk to these people, and they tell us this. But then we come back here and then we're spending over $1 million on a bridge. So there's alternatives out there. We just need to start looking.
All right, Councillor Maynard, then Councillor Pennell.
Just to that point, and you explained to us if we modify what's there, some, 100-year-old bridge, and we don't put a bridge there again, that it'll trip an EA process, but, and if you don't have the answer, it's okay, but what would an EA process, like, maybe going through the EA to find a more cost-efficient replacement might be worthwhile? Do we have a ballpark figure of what an EA would cost for one of those smaller structures?
I think a range would be between 150 to 200 to go to complete an EA process. And then detailed design would have to happen on top of that as a result.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Pennell?
Yeah, just when it comes to bridges, again, we put in one over a period of many months on the Burr Road, and they done a beautiful job. I'm certain the city of Toronto would be proud to have a bridge that looks as good as that. But having said that, we tied that road up for several months for people. There are available options that do the same as we did that could have been done in probably a week's time at less money. And that technology is out there. They build them every day of the week.
Okay, well, I think the...
I'm just saying, I hope we brought this up last year, the possibility of basically we're told, it's not available for that, but it is. That's all I'm stressing.
Well, I'm sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but, my assumption, and I think the assumption of all members of council is that you're looking at all the options to keep costs as low as possible. So,
That's what we're trying to do by asking those questions.
well, yeah, understood, but I think it's clear that is undertaken routinely anyway. Okay. Anything more on the bridges? No? Okay, thanks, Dave.
So I just want to be clear that of the 3 projects, the Quaker Road Bridge and the Fry Road Culvert Bridge are moved to the parking lot. So we've added 2 more. I also will double check with staff. There may be an implication in the Quaker Road one on the detailed design part, because the last one was 4 bridges, but it also included a little bit of overlap there. So we will just double check to see if anything in the 0199 project is impacted by those 2 parking lots.
Okay. And studies is the one with the healthy reserves, or they were healthy reserves.
One of the healthier ones.
Okay.
That moves us to page 253 of the agenda package.
So we've got 2 projects. Okay. Welcome back, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you want to add to this information? This is $200,000 in expenditures.
Through the mayor to council, I'm just going to be able to speak to the Rossmore Master Stormwater Plan.
Yeah.
This is being brought forward for council consideration to look at the Rossmore settlement area. The area itself has very limited drainage and needs to be looked at as an area-specific plan for improvements that could be incorporated in the short term and long term as the infrastructure is developed or redeveloped through Rossmore. So this is essentially looking at the whole settlement area, getting a master plan in place to make sure that we are, when we do our stormwater improvements, working towards the final goal.
Okay. Questions? Councilor Grasso.
This is my favorite subject, Rossmore, because I get calls every day. So the stormwater plan, how long do you think that would take?
The stormwater master plan could be completed in 2024 for sure.
And then after, based on that, would there be a potential to rip up that road and do it properly, because it hasn't been done in 20 years, and I'm talking about Ridley?
That Ridley falls under the operational department,
Right.
so I'd have to.
But this kind of ties into that road as well.
Yeah, like Rossmore itself has very limited stormwater drainage, and what we're looking at doing is looking at the settlement area as a whole to make sure that we have a plan that we can incorporate that gets us to a proper stormwater solution for the catchment area.
And there's talk about sewers going in there as well. Is that the plan, or? No?
So through the secondary plan, it does contemplate infrastructure in the future. For this budget, we're not bringing a master plan forward for sewer, but it is contemplated to be looked at in the future.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Maynard.
So, by and large, these are separate areas in Rossmore, right? So would this really be, because, well, Bay Breeze may slightly affect Ridley Street, Fenwood Gardens and Hennessy would not. So are these kind of like 4 different studies in one area, because those waterways don't
Through the mayor
intersect?
to Councilor Maynard, what we're proposing is looking at the settlement area as a whole. So all the settlement area of Rossmore as a whole for the drainage improvements. So it would include all the areas within Rossmore.
Okay, just because it says, provide engineering for reconstruction of Ridley Street identified as a top 10 road in poor condition, if that would be you know, like if we're gonna focus on something, I get you're doing a stormwater management plan for the whole thing, but in the comments, it kind of, you know, it's gonna, the perception will be there, right, that we're providing, that we're getting ready to make some engineering recommendations for finally reconstructing the old Belleville to Picton Highway through Ridley Street.
We're through the mayor to the councillor, we're looking at essentially looking at the best way to implement stormwater management through Rossmore, and that would impact how roads are designed in the future. So it would be a component of the road reconstruction.
Councilor Pennell.
Yeah, I agree something needs to be done there, but having said that, when the water come across the Bay Bridge, a lot of those houses, because of the size of the lots and that, there might be 2 or 3 houses on one septic system. It was approved at the time by the province. They actually helped finance it. One of the big things they went through is what we're having to do a study on now. And at that time, they approved it. To me, it looks like, and I could be wrong, I'm no engineer, but drainage could be by cleaning out ditches, having not humps on the road at the sides and that. I believe if that was looked at properly, you might not need a $120,000 study to do it, but $120,000 would probably do it.
Dave?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is the whole idea of a master plan, is to look at the whole settlement area, look at the best interventions for stormwater management, and plan to put those improvements in place. So we're looking at it holistically to be able to manage stormwater through an area that has significant stormwater problems. And we're looking to essentially be able to build like stepping stones to get us to a final engineer's solution to manage stormwater.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Amanda? We've got, hey, Albert.
It's the next page in your agenda packages, page 254, I believe.
Infrastructure Asset Management Plan. Okay. Any additional info?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intention of this proposal here is twofold. To look at our assets from the stormwater perspective, stormwater management ponds, and to assess the state that they're in. I think they've been, I don't want to say neglected, but it's something that has not been looked at for some time. And some of these ponds are getting to the state now where they require significant maintenance in order to allow them to fulfill their requirements or their ability to manage stormwater. The second part of this is to meet legislative requirements under our new continuous linear infrastructure ECA, which requires us to have operations and maintenance manuals for these, as well as assessments on quality and maintenance outlooks. This is the first step in preparing a plan that would allow us to effectively manage these assets in the future.
Okay. Questions? See anybody? Question, Councilor Maynard?
So just maybe Director Carter. So we've got 2, you know, water-related plans, stormwater plan and infrastructure asset, which is a stormwater plan. What's the rationale from one being funded from the roads, rural roads, and one being funded through studies? Sorry, I should have caught that before, but when I looked at these two, I'm thinking they're pretty similar. And is there a possibility that we can move that first one over to studies?
Okay, Amanda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Maynard. The reason I put it under the roads was because I felt that it was a more direct link to the road. the road network, where the stormwater management plan, I felt, wasn't directly tied to the road network in that. But we can look at that. I can look at if the other reserve can bear that.
Councilor Pennell.
Just looking at that sheet, how or when did Fenwood Gardens become part of Rossmore? Miles apart. It says in here that Fenwood Gardens is part of the Rossmore stuff.
Just looking at the, where this is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just defer back to.
Go ahead, Albert. Dave?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we were talking the Rossmore settlement area. So I'll have to go back and check the sheet, so we'd be able to provide an answer tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, so no more questions. Okay, Amanda, here's the funding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we've gone to the funding and I've
And you're
written down Councillor
taking
Maynard's
note,
concerns.
Okay.
Just to be clear, we have parked the Rossmore Master Stormwater Plan as the last capital project in the park list.
Right. And that's strictly on the basis of the funding, okay? All right. Where are we now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that concludes the tax-supported 2024 capital plan.
Capital budget, okay. So we're through Part A.
Yes.
Okay, so tomorrow morning we will begin, or we can begin on operating budget at 9 o'clock. So I will recess today's meeting until tomorrow at 9 a.m. And it may be a longer day, so please come prepared. And again, we'll be having lunch break at 12. So we're recessed till tomorrow.